Okay. So we speak later. Good morning, everyone. Qui Matteo, qui la sentiamo troppo male alla sala. Ok. Comunque faccio l'introduzione e Matteo arriva. Good morning, Anna. We start with the session 5 on North Africa and Rome. As I told yesterday, it was a pity, but Audrey was not able to come finally. So we will be discussing this morning before the coffee break on Anna LEONE, Hafed, ABDOULI, the paper on Maghreb, and then later on of Lucia, ARCIFA, and Michelangelo, MESSINA, the paper on the Eastern Sicily. Give me 1 second to sort out one thing with the volume. Speak, Anna, speak. We can.
Can you hear me well?
No, 1 second.
If I go closer to the microphone, any better?
Speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now, perfect. Okay, it's your turn. I am here, so you can see me. You are not alone.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank Maria and Simone for the invitation. Unfortunately, Hafed ABDOULI cannot be here as he had meetings in Sfax, but I've seen that there is Mofta Haddad, so he might be able to help us in case there are questions I cannot answer. Today, we are going to present primarily for reasons that are due to time. We are going to focus on Tripolitania and Cyrenaica. This is part of preliminary work of a plan of a much larger work that Hafed ABDOULI and I are going to do, collecting all the archaeological and textual sources for early Christianity in the region. As you can see, we have taken a wide chronological span. We go up to the 11th century because of the quality of data that we have, and it's often impossible for us to define chronologies to the 8th and the 9th century surely. So we have decided to take this approach. I've seen in the past days many beautiful architectural buildings. So I would suggest that you low down your expectations. We are in North Africa and we have very little about Christianity. So I start now. For many years, traditional scholarship has treated the end of Christianity in North Africa as sudden, occurring immediately after the Arab conquest. In fact, the study of the continuity or end of Christianity in North Africa has long been neglected. Reasons are the limited sources for the 8th and the 9th century and the nature of the archaeological data. Most of church excavations were conducted during the colonial period, and there was little interest for the later occupations, as well as the assumptions that the Muslim conquest implied also the destruction and abandonment of all the churches. Most excavations removed the evidence of early Islamic phases with no recording, and recent works in some churches has demonstrated that this, in fact, was sometimes incorrect, and some churches did continue to be in use. A good example is provided, for instance, in Carthage. Here, the continuity of use of a church is recorded in the northern suburbs of the city. I can't move. In the northern suburbs of the city. The Church of Virtua confirms that the tradition of pilgrimage continued in the 6th and 7th century, when it was constructed an underground memoria dedicated to an Eastern saint, Julian of Antioch. The complex continued to be in use in the late 7th century, and archaeological data do not show clearly when the basilica went out of use. It is probable that continued to be in use in the 8th and 9th century when it was transformed into a house. Unfortunately, lost data cannot be retrieved, and there is little discussion that can be done on architectural features still in use after the Arab conquest, as we simply do not know. Today, we can offer some suggestion that the evidence seems to uncover, but more work should be done to clarify the issues. The little material available, combined with early Arab texts, seem to indicate that the Christian community continued to be present at least until the 11th century. Dominique Valérian, for instance, in his study on early Christianity in North Africa, suggested the continuity of use of two churches in Svetla until the 9th and 11th century, and the church and cemetery of Monasteries, both located in Tunisia. Early Arabic sources in North Africa refers to the Christian presence up to at least the 9th and 10th century, but only 3 bishops are attested in this last phase. Pope Formosus, for instance, in 890, was consulted over a dispute between bishops in North Africa and due to a schism. The Acts of Saints the Saints of Redon in Brittany refer in 850 to a pilgrimage to the church dedicated to San Cyprian in Carthage. Immediately after the conquest, and for a few centuries, the relationship between different religious communities varied on a regional basis, and in some cases, we have evidence of coexistence. For instance, it is traditionally accepted, although there are not to date excavations of churches in the region, that Christianity among the Amazigh populations, the Berbers, continued for longer. In the Jebel Nafousa, the coexisting that you can see here, located in the center of Libya, and this is the site of Sherwes. The coexistence of communities attested, for instance, at Sherwes, with a 10th century inscription referring to equality between Muhammad, the Judaic patriarchs, and Jesus. Always in the Nafousa, Shamaki refers to Christian women married to Muslim Ibadis men, and al-Bakri also indicates the evidence of religious coexistence, making reference to the church of Abimina, located on the route between Alexandria and Barca in Cyrenaica, where a part of the monument was in use as a mosque. This shows that Muslim and Christian were sharing some religious space sometimes, and this might have occurred more often than we think after the conquest, immediately after the conquest. However, the lack of detailed archaeological material, the chronologies based mostly on assumptions, make it particularly difficult to provide a clear picture of the situation. Today, for time constraints, we are going to focus principally on Cyrenaica and Tripolitania, modern Libya. In presenting the data, we will progressively show how assumptions made in the past about the end of Christianity can be in fact challenged when providing a closer look to the evidence. We intend primarily to present some ideas about Christianity in the region immediately after the conquest and suggest a new direction for research. We start first with monasticism. One of the main arguments in past scholarships used to explain the rapid end of Christianity in North Africa is that in comparison with the East, North Africa did not have a strong monastic tradition, which somehow guaranteed the continuity that instead is recorded elsewhere. This is in fact arguable. Although archaeologically very few monastic complexes have been identified, even before the early Islamic period, we know from sources that Augustine founded his order in North Africa, and many large monasteries were present in the territory. Archaeological evidence seems to suggest that these monastic sites continued to be living after the Arab conquest, at least until the 11th century in a few cases. This evidence is proved by some archaeological data combined with inscriptions. A good example is provided by 2 cases in Cyrenaica. The church of Ptolemais, or Tolmelta, as the city is referred to in Ward Perkins' article in 1943, or more common referred as the West Church of Tolmelta, bears some interesting evidence. It was described as a building of severely simplicity, simple design, but nevertheless purposefully simple. It is in fact a fortified complex. The excavations have identified the addition after the Arab conquest of internal subdivision that you can see here in gray. The insertion of a staircase, which was probably leading to a second floor, which was added at that point. The geophysical survey conducted by the Polish team in the area surrounding the church has identified a complex set of structures. The walls of the church are entirely covered with Kufic inscriptions and graffiti. And in collaboration with the Department of Antiquities of Libya, we have recently recorded those documents. One in particular seems to provide evidence of some suggestion on the effective function of the building or the presence of a monastery nearby. Among the graffiti and dated to the period immediately after the conquest, the study and the chronology is done by Enas Buktana. It is a graffito which refers to Daer, and the graffito based on the stylistic elements is dated to the 8th century AD. A similar evidence has been recorded in the church of Ras al-Hilal in the Derna district. The evidence suggests that also in this case, the continuity of use of the building with the subdivision with the internal walls and the addition of an upper floor, as recorded in the case of the West Church of Ptolemais mentioned above. The mosaics were plastered over, but all the chancel fitting continued to be visible and in use. The site is mentioned still by al-Idrisi as Bondaria, and in the 13th century in the Portolani for navigation, the maps for navigation, as Bonandrea. Also in this case, the walls are covered with graffiti, and the name of Andrew appears in many of them. For this, it has been suggested that the religious building might have been dedicated to the Apostle Saint Andrew, also for the names recorded by the sources, although there is not certainty for this identification. As in the case of Ptolemais mentioned above, also Ras al-Hilal offer, there is a fragmentary text inside the church referring to Daer. This word, present in both religious buildings, is normally used to refer to Christian monastery, as we have seen in the past days, in both medieval text and modern topography, especially in the East. This textual evidence is confirmed archaeologically, for instance, by the Latin inscriptions at the Christian necropoli of Ain Zara, 14 kilometers southeast of Tripoli, which appear to have been continuously in use until the 10th century. Continuity of use has also been recorded at Engila, 18 kilometers southwest of Tripoli, where a Christian inscription covering a time span from AD 945 and AD 1021 where an inscription dated to 950 refers to Abba Laurentius, Monachus Dulcissimus, and from the same funerary area, another inscription dated to the same period, 950, refers to the Monachus Petrus. These data provide evidence of the continuity of monasticism in both Cyrenaica and Tripolitania, at least until the 11th century. The remains of a large monastic site, whose function continued probably after the Arab conquest, has also been recorded in Cyrenaica at Sirat al-Jamil. The site developed as a farm, and from late antiquity, it was enlarged with the addition of a church. The two parts of the complex combined have been interpreted as a monastery. The structure was in use until at least the mid of the 7th century and probably beyond, although the continuity of use as a monastic site is not certain due to the lack of detailed excavations. It is therefore arguable that at least until the 11th century, monasteries continued to be lively within the region, although we know from texts that many monasteries existed in North Africa. Archaeologically, these have been proved difficult to be found. The inscriptions in Ptolemais in the West Church and Ras al-Hilal, both referring to Dar and both bearing evidence of being fortified structure with a second floor, offer some possible interpretations. It is possible that the churches were only part of a much larger monastic complex, and these were the prayer rooms, or there is also the possibility that the church continued to be attended as such, and the inscriptions were incised by monks. Either way, this evidence in particular offers the possibility to suggest that at least immediately after the Arab conquest, the churches continued to be in use for Christian practices. Similar inscriptions have been recorded, for instance, in Jordan at Kasr al-Alabat. The complex appeared to have had a period in which it was used as a monastery, and it was later transformed into a fort. Looking now at evidence of churches, this offers a more complicated perspective. Lack of detailed excavations play a significant role. As we will see in quite a few cases, we record evidence of continuity in the early Arab period, but the data do not allow us to be 100% sure that they continue to be in use as churches. The modern historiography that saw the abrupt abandonment of the churches after the Arab conquest plays a significant role in this. During the excavations, not stratigraphic mostly, in many cases there was the direct assumption that the continuity of use after the Arab conquest was connected to a changing function of the structure, although there was not specific evidence for it. There are, however, more issues related to it. Let's see, for instance, what texts tell us about the legislation related to the churches after the conquest. They seem to be very specific. Antonia Bonsaké has discussed the work of Ibn Abi Zaid, who distinguishes between Sul lands, where the population submitted peaceful to the Muslim with treaties, and Anwa land, which were conquered without a treaty. In the case of the Anwa land, according to the Malikite legal doctrine, it was not permitted to build new churches, and churches were destroyed. The territory now belonged to Muslims. In the case of Sula land, it was forbidden to restore the churches that were derelict unless this was stipulated in the treaty. And churches could be restored, but without enlargement and glorification. If villages were 100% Christian, then churches could be built. It is generally accepted by Arabists that there is no certainty that these laws were put into practice, so we can argue that maybe this is not true. However, despite the limited data, the archaeologist seems to suggest that it is very likely that interventions in the churches were minimal after the conquest, and therefore extremely difficult to pinpoint. The case of Ras al-Hilal mentioned above, where the floor was made of simple plaster, provides some suggestion on the quality of the decoration of some of these churches. Now, starting from Tripolitania, the Christianization of this region has always been a major issue. The evidence are concentrating primarily on the three coastal cities, while the extent and the level of Christianization of the interior is difficult to identify. The same issue appears for the later periods. In all the three major cities, so Oea, Tripoli, Lepkis Magnes, Sabratha, a number of Christian cemeteries dated to the early Islamic period have been excavated. Oea, for instance, Tripoli, which has still a bishop in the 11th century, has provided during the Italian excavation evidence of several Christian cemeteries, as I have discussed earlier, in Gila and Ain Zara. In the 11th century, al-Bakri refers, presenting an information dating back to the 10th century at the time of al-Warraq, of a Christian Coptic community in the area called Beni Saberi. A Christian community is recorded in the center of Oea Tripoli until the 10th century, as attested by al-Maliki, which refers to the biography of a figure Abu al-Abbasa at-Tanzili, and narrates the contrast between Muslim and Christian communities over an ancient stone. The Christians were in the process of restoring a church and wanted to use a stone taken from a derelict mosque. Despite the presence of the large Christian cemeteries in Gila and Zara, when inscriptions continued to be displayed in Latin, still in the 11th century, a church has never been identified in the city of Tripoli. However, it has to be said that Oea modern Tripoli presents several difficulties in terms of archaeological remains due to the long period of occupation of the city and the major destructions operated in the Ottoman and the Italian colonial period. In Leptis Magna, in proximity to the Severan Forum, two churches were recorded. The church 3 that you see marked with the blue arrow along the colonnade. Can you hear me?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Is everything fine?
Yeah, it's fine. By the first time in these days, yeah, it's fine. Go on.
In proximity to the Severan Forum, two churches were recorded, the Church 3 along the Colonnade Street and the Basilica in the Severan Forum. Ward Perkins and Goodchild suggest that the Church 3 continued to be in use after the Arab conquest, as all the area around the former Severan Forum was covered by Christian burials dated to the 8th and the 9th century. In Sabrata, the so-called Basilica resulted from the transformation of the Civica Basilica of the city, which was abandoned in the second half of the 4th century, probably due to an earthquake, and was restored and transformed into a church between the end of the 5th and the early 6th century, with reused material. During the excavation conducted by Bartoccini, numerous graffitis, which are unfortunately no longer visible, were identified all over the baptistry of the church. The near vicinity of a funerary sector of the city in use in the 8th and 9th century provides evidence of continuity of use of the religious complex. It has to be said that the Roman city of Sabrata appeared to have been a rather limited settlement after the Arab conquest. In the 9th century, Ali Yaqubi described the city as a settlement containing numerous statues and ancient stones. And in the same century, Qudama ibn Jafar refers to Sabra as a settlement in ruin. However, the settlement had a resurgence in the Fatimid period, when, according to Ibn Awqal, in the 10th century, Sabra was the place of arrival of many trading caravans who were obliged to stop in the city in order to pay taxes. In this phase, the city had become, according to al-Makdazi, a fortified settlement. It is therefore arguable that while the city was out of the major networks immediately after the conquest, it continued to live, occupied probably by a small community of Christians, to be later transformed. Although the research in the city after the Arab conquest is almost totally lacking. Moving to Cyrenaica again, there is a large set of texts who are referring to the presence of Copts. In the region, numerous geographical and topographical texts refer to the presence of villages whose inhabitants were Christian, or referring to the presence of churches. And we are presenting here a few cases that we think are most likely to be dated to the early Arab period, although there is no specific evidence. Among the numerous evidence references, it is worth to mention the case of Taknist, which is indicated by Qudama ibn Jafar as a Christian village. The sources indicated that the settlement was the second stop along the road to the city of Barca on the route to Alexandria in Egypt, located around 31 miles to the west of Barca. The site has been traditionally identified with the modern village of Taknis, as its distance from the ancient site of Barca seems to correspond. However, this identification poses numerous doubts, since there is no clear evidence of Christian structures in Taknis. Hafed ABDOULI, based on the location of the modern settlement at 33 miles from Barca, approximately corresponding to the distance indicated by Ibn Jafar, suggests that the site has to be identified with Olbia, Gasre, Libya. This settlement was developed in particularly at the time of Justinian and acquired the name of Theodoria. The East Church bears a famous mosaic combining pagan and Christian iconography, well dated to the 6th century by an inscription. For the West Church, Ward Perkins and Goodchild, that is the one you can see here, identified two phases, one in the 5th century and one during the late 7th century. And also in this case, a number of later graffiti on the wall have been identified. The last monument we would like to discuss is the Easter Church in Lamluda, between Al-Baida and Derna, always in Cyrenaica. Here, the Easter Church is associated to two monuments. One in particular, of rectangular shape, was indicated as a baptistry. and the monument appears to have been covered with a corbelled false dome. This type of construction is normally dated in the region between the very late Byzantine and more often the early Arab period. The church and the adjoining monuments appear to have been fortified. A similar evidence has been recorded in Makarnis and Gerns, 6.9 kilometers north of Cyrene. Here is a church which shows a later phase when all the walls were fortified and the monument was drastically remodeled. The interior space was substantially reorganized. And also in this case, the room on the north of the building was covered with a corbelled dome, using a roofing technique which in the region appears to have been mostly post-Byzantine. There are other churches for which it has been suggested a continuity of use in the early Arab period, but the available information are so limited that it is impossible for the moment to provide any certainty. In conclusion, North African Christianity was unique in its form, with the schismatic movement, as for instance Donatism, developing already in the 3rd and 4th century. And the impact of the Byzantine Empire was massive on the urban and rural landscape, with the construction of numerous churches. Carthage alone had 21 churches. As said above, still in 890, new schismatic movements were still developing. And although clearly clusters of Christians, al-Afrika, as mentioned by the sources, still existed, these were probably substantially reduced in comparison to earlier period. And it is therefore very likely that many churches were abandoned, and probably not destroyed. This is, for instance, the case of Yunka, which is located in the Petite Sirte, just on the border with Tripolitania, which has 3 churches and a fort. The Ribat is currently under study by Maria Trero Agudo and José Ignacio Murillo Fragero. And the church on which we did some work, the church number 3, was probably built in the mid of the 6th century and started to be spoliated already at the beginning of the 8th century, so not far after the Arab conquest. Overall, although the data are patchy, it is possible to highlight a few points. Although due to the contemporary legislation, the building activity was reduced, the texts leave no doubt on the continuous presence of clusters of Christians in both Cyrenaica and Tripolitania after the Arab conquest. The lack of specific monumental interventions on these buildings makes it difficult to strongly argue for a continuity of use as a church, although this is possible in quite a few cases, and the lack of specific excavations don't help these interpretations. The more we look into specific evidence, the more the data seem to indicate the presence of monastic communities in different parts of the territory, which continued to operate after the Arab conquest until at least the 10th century. This is true at least in Cyrenaica and Tripolitania, and as Dominique Valérien suggested, it is possible that Cyrenaica and Tripolitania, for their vicinity with Egypt, were influenced by the Egyptian monastic tradition. And the final point, all the buildings for which we can suggest the continuous occupation appear to have been fortified, possibly at the end of the Byzantine period. Therefore, the content of these cities appear to have been a lot more articulated than we often considered, densely inhabited and multi-religious, with possibly the presence of monastic sites and churches still active. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you also for respecting the time. We will go now, we continue now with Lucia and MESSINA, and after his paper, we do the common discussion, okay?
Thank you.
Yes. Il n'y a pas de mouse, c'est très dérangeant. Moi aussi, ça me dérange un peu, mais on va faire sans. C'est le vôtre, ARCIFA. T'as l'initio. Là, il faut que je retrouve le. Oui, là, je trouve pas le. Là, je trouve pas le truc. Là, compartir. Pantala. Pantala. Et là, il y a un petit piège, vous voyez, c'est pas ça. Ça c'est l'écran. Non, justement, il faut aller là. Parce que là, on était dans. Sinon, on ne peut pas bouger. Sinon, vous êtes sur l'écran, en fait. Bon, je vous explique.
Morning. Thank you everyone. I'd like to thank the organizers of this seminar, this conference, and for the opportunity to talk about this subject that we will see the difficulty of the actual difficulties to speak about some areas for which we actually lack of archaeological data, but actually we are going to start from the a brief historiographic analysis concerning the presence of Christians in Islamic Sicily since till nowadays it has been strongly conditioned by the type of available sources as well as from the lack of meaningful archaeological data. In particular, the sources are the hagiographies relating to the lives of holy monks focused essentially on the 9th to 10th centuries, diplomatic sources and chroniclers from the second half of the 11th century relating to the Norman conquest and the subsequent action of founding and refounding monasteries of Greek rite, of Italo-Greek rite, undertaken by the Count Roger at the foundation of the Norman Contate. The use of these sources influenced the perception of the whole historical context, orienteering and the interpretation within categories that do not always allow to understand the social and economic reality between the 9th and the 11th century and the developments of this history. These sources, in fact, on the one hand, offer a glimpse on the growing social dimension acquired by the figure of the monk in the Middle Byzantine society, as well as his mobility and the complex network of super-regional relations with other parts of the empire, of the Byzantine Empire, but also the Islamic Empire. At the same time, they reconstruct the lives of the monks through the paradigm of escape of the centrifugal movement from west-east, from the early Islamic territories of Western Sicily towards the centers of the eastern part that remained for a longer period in Byzantine hands, just to take refuge soon after in southern Italian territories still in the hand of Byzantium. And this actual this kind of picture that we can took from these hagiographies has actually influenced also the perception of the dating of certain archaeological data and so on. On the other hand, the literary perspective of the Norman chronicles of the conquest, as well as the refoundation charters of Italo-Greek monasteries at the end of the 11th century, obviously prompted a totally negative status of the surviving Christian communities in the northeastern part of the isle. The afflictions endured by the Saracens, their nefanda impietas, the damages suffered by the buildings during the conquest, the Islamic conquest, all these and other aspects aimed at propagandizing the Norman conquest in terms of liberation from the pagans in order to justify the military action undertaken with the support of the papacy. Nevertheless, it seems to have affected also the oversimplified interpretation of the Christian communities as merely inactive social agents. This framework has strongly discouraged specific archaeological research on the dimension of the Christian presence in Islamic society. Moreover, the relatively late chronology of the Islamic conquest in Sicily, which started only in the early decades of the 9th century, seems to have justified a sort of lack of interest for a topic that has rather been developed for the history of early Islamic Middle and Near East. If we examine the archaeological literature of the 20th century, we can see as like the assumption of the substantial disappearance of Christian evidence after the 8th century that seems to dominate the interpretive process of archaeologists. In Eastern Sicily, in particular, the dating of architectural and pictorial evidence has been influenced by the assumption that during the 9th century as a terminus ante quem for Christian buildings, in taking into account only the events reported by the chronicles of the Islamic conquest. In addition, the lack of archaeological research in the area and the scarce knowledge of the material culture for the 8th and 9th centuries has further encouraged a mainly stylistic approach for a series of architectural evidences, whose dating is still uncertain and oscillating. This is the case of the so-called kubbe churches, from kubbat, that is the dome of these churches, which, with a centered plan plotted mostly in the Alcantara Valley, was monastic destination and dating is still uncertain. A better knowledge of the material culture of the 8th, 9th centuries has also made it possible to start reflecting during the last decade on the fate of the main Christian spaces in Islamic Sicily. In particular, Palermo and Agrigento, for the theme has been treated for the two main cities of the western part of the island, Palermo and Agrigento. For those cases, it has been possible to enlighten first attempts on the occupation of the urban spaces and the location of religious buildings. On the one hand, the scholars recorded a substantial continuity of the burial areas from the early Islamic Christian up to the Islamic period. On the other hand, the places of worship seem to have been marginalized from the main nucleus of the Medina. Recently, art history researchers started to overcome the taboo of dating after the 9th century. In this sense, important pictorial evidences of a Christian artistic production datable between the 9th and 10th centuries emerged in some cave churches within Castra, as in the case of Modica, devotional oratories in Syracuse, rural churches in the Byzantine village of Pantalica, displaying some close references to the pictorial language of contemporary artistic currents from Cappadocia and the Constantinopolitan area. As we can easily deduce from these historiographical excursus, the archaeological data remain very sketchy, especially for Eastern Sicily. The main purpose of this paper is to investigate the historical and archaeological implication of being part of an Arab-Byzantine frontier for more than 2 centuries, as in the case of the northeastern territories, where the most part of the monastic institutions were found by the Normans at their arrival. But before the presentation of some case studies, we propose a more general reflection about monks and monasteries in this border region between Byzantium and Islam, focusing on their role as social agents in a world of competing aristocracies and landscapes. As we have seen in this first historiographical summary, the most part of the studies moved from the perception of this imperial frontier as a basculating line which demarcates the different areas of the jurisdiction, an assumption that influenced the approach to the analysis of landscapes and material culture from the 9th to the 11th century. Considering this bordering conception, we can actually assume that the diachrony of the frontier has certainly diversified the Christian landscapes and communities within the different parts of the island. We would be able to distinguish the western area between Palermo and Agrigento, where a certain number of qila al-musta'mana, fortresses that have received the aman, appears since the early decades after the first conquest. For the eastern part, we can distinguish two more major areas. The southern eastern territories represented the primary sources of supply for the first capital of the island, Syracuse, and it seems to have particularly suffered the long 9th century of raids aiming to destabilize the Nawahi, the territory supporting the capital of Syracuse, the Byzantine capital of Syracuse, that fall in 878. Finally, the northeastern coast near the state of Messina, mainly the area of the fortresses of Taormina, Demenna, Rometta, and problematic fortresses named Mekhesh from the Arabic sources, remains an area of constant military and diplomatic confrontation for the whole period from the 9th to the second half of the 11th century, when we find the Christian communities and institutions spotted in the Norman sources. However, the aim of this paper is to show also the usefulness of thinking the social agents of this frontier as sharing a habitus whose structures are constantly redefined by the confrontation and mutual recognition of the two competing pensées d'état, using a definition from Bordeaux, which provide concurrent methods in the definition of the symbolic monopoly, as well as peculiarities in the ranges of their possible choices. To the mainly historical geography of Christian communities that we have seen above, we should add the necessity to evaluate the actual movements of these social agents, and their own perception of these frontier zones, a perspective that will lead us to a double degree of interpretation, as we will have the possibility to evaluate for monks and monasteries. Christian aristocracies and communities in this frontier used to find in monks both the main representatives of the Ahl-Sulh from a certain side, but also major actors in taking care of the confrontation between Byzantium and Islam, passing through sieges, ratification of treaties, payment of tributes. But for a better understanding of the accumulation of social and administrative capital by monks and monasteries, we need to start from a more in-depth analysis of the hagiographies of the 9th, 10th centuries, including a more effective contextualization of their content through other types of sources. The first remarkable datum within the hagiographic landscape is the clear passage from ecclesiastical figures of the secular clergy to a completely monastic population of saints. Vivian Prigent has noted how the weakening of the Sicilian episcopal network was progressive disintegration is testified both by the absence of patristic sources and by the lack of citations in the concile list and in some literary works such as the Antitheses of Leo VI, corresponding to an almost total disinterest in the figures of holy bishops and secular clergy, starting from the late 9th century and perduring throughout the 10th, 11th centuries. Prigent interpreted this social shifting as a reflection of the decline of the bishoprics network on the island that takes place during the 10th century, an internal crisis linked to the evolution of the imperial church, recruiting Sicilian bishops and metropolitans from outside the clergy of the island since the end of the iconoclasm, and the consequent residence in the east of the most part of them. The weakening of the diocesan structure must have strengthened religious institutions such as monasteries, which remained the sole point of reference for Christian communities. This process seems to accelerate with the constitution of the frontier context, when the monks display precise forms of political and institutional representation in the case of negotiations of agreements, payment of ransoms, etc., in virtue of the close relations with the local aristocratic elites of whom the monasteries were often a direct emanation. The improving role of monks and monasteries starts showing up in the bios of Saint Philip of Agira, in his hagiographic version attributed to the monk Eusebius, dating between the late 9th and the early 10th century. Was literary tradition seems to represent the very transition point between the two hagiographic periods. Saint Philip is a priest in charge by the Pope as the most part of the Sicilian bishops of president of the former hagiographies. But is also its Thaumata seems to valorize the primary relationship between the notable class, the archontes, and the monastic institutions that will be found during on this term. And we will see that actually this monastery will become a major point, a major reference point for the Islamic, for the Christians communities during the Islamic conquest. We can see how the Thaumata count the Tuparchis, Archontes, and other men generically defined as Kyrie and Plusi, as well as the class of workers of the on the land, which in this bios is represented mostly by the Mystioi working in their estates, in the estates of Archontes, the Ctimata, and in Korea. The Archontes class constituted the emerging class of castra in the Byzantine world, recurring in literary sources as well in administrative documents, was power derived by the possession of a certain secular, ecclesiastical, political, or economic authority, and by the contacts of variable importance with the major imperial administrators. The Archontes participate in various ways in their territorial administration, both as owners and administrators, holding various offices and obtaining noble titles that we can actually read in the class of the Patarika. Then we will found and linked to a certain village, a certain fortress during the Islamic conquest. The Patarika are often the people that are called to make a peace, to make a treaty. This aspect, as this hagiographic corpora clearly shows, the monks themselves and their families belonged to the Archontes class, and their monastic choices represent their means of concentration and accumulation of social, economical, and administrative capital. This aspect allows us to understand the main features of the immediately following Italo-Greek hagiographic traditions, especially the hagiographic group of the so-called fleeing monks, the figures of saints who were born and trained in Sicily, in Sicilian monastic environments, and then moved to the areas of southern Byzantine Italy. The first fundamental aspect of to underline is the substantial permeability of the borders between the two empires for the Christian families who took care of monastic foundations there. The cities that gave birth to saints such as Saba, Christopher, and Macarius from Collesano, Vitale from Castronovo, Leoluc from Corleone, as well as Elias the Younger and Duke of the Menna. Interestingly coincide with the so-called Tilal Musta'mana, the fortresses that have obtained the Aman, which since the Aghlabid age period have represented a group of castra located on the main road between the Islamic cities of Palermo and Agrigento, leading east to Taormina. These saints, with the exception of Delia the Younger, will be formed in the the monastery of Saint Philip of Agira, and will sometimes manage Metochia founded by the abbot on duty. One of them relates to the Mount Etna, for instance. However, this nucleus of BOE saw all its protagonists re-establish their fulcrum in the heart of the Calabrian Lucanian territories, enhanced by the Byzantine socioeconomic policies during the 10th century. In our opinion, this interesting literary constant represents the key to understanding the main objective of this, the main task of this literature, which is not that of showing a burdened Christianity in Islamic Sicily, of course, but which at the same time reaffirms the role acknowledged to monks and monastic institutions in the policies of socioeconomic enhancement and territorial maintenance of territories and castra that were fundamental to the two powers. On the one hand, in fact, these figures reaffirm the role of monks in the representativeness of the communities annexed to more or less large demic centers, which is also evident in those historical events in which monks found themselves representing the Ahla Sulh of the subjugated monk communities, as well as managing the complex diplomatic relations between Byzantium and Islam. On the other hand, the main objective of this literature is precisely another one, namely to redirect the Archontes classes towards the new landscapes at the heart of the Italo-Christianity of the Byzantine Italo-Christianity, narrating about a fleeing group of Sicilian communities and monks. It is no coincidence that these landscapes coincide with the key regions for the consolidation of the Catepanate of Italy during the 10th century, namely Calabria and Lucania. Key areas for communication between the themata from which the Macedonian dynasty reimposed Byzantine control over the central Mediterranean. In order to understand the fate of these communities, and above all, to delve into the complexity of the aspects relating to the continuity of these institutions in the northeastern Sicily, and as such, how we can find, as cited, is quoted as tributary Christians by Malaterra. It is necessary to bear in mind the complex history and the social agents involved in the management, both fiscal and politico-military, of this area. In fact, the first issue to consider is to consider those individuals who formed a competing aristocracy whose concurring choices would affect also Christian landscapes by furnishing or imposing new geographical references and hierarchies, alternative capital cities, different way of exploitation of revenues and resources. For the northeastern area of the island, we start thinking that a major role may have played also the Pious foundation of Hosun, Maharis, and Moks, with related estates and commodities, at the benefit of the armies of Ulama and Salihuna conducting the jihad following the Kalbi Damir. However, as we will discuss in more detail in the written paper, the occupation of the Thagr of the Strait of Messina, from which we can control the access to several socioeconomic systems, remained always of paramount importance, and it often went way beyond the dimension of a single sulh, with a center and its main representatives. But and it goes above all to the series of interregional agreements and clashes between Byzantium and Islam. In both dimensions, the monks became important as useful links between micro and macro economies. In order to highlight the complex implication of this frontier history, we will focus our attention on the two case studies located in northeastern Sicily, for which we have perfectly opposite research issues. The first one is the identification of the monastic area under the mighty mountain of St. Nikon, for which we can propose some interesting suggestions based on historical and documentary sources covering parts of the period from the 9th to the 11th century. But we still lack of any kind of archaeological data concerning these monasteries of the same period. Nevertheless, the comparative investigation on a geographic sources, Arabic chronicles, and early Norman documents permits not only the rather precise delimitation of the area pertaining to this monastic territory, but also a better understanding of the toponymic relationship with the castra system, as well as its territorial developments in the diachony of this frontier. The first information about this holy mount comes from the Latin hagiography of this important megalomartyr. In whose honor, numerous churches were founded in other parts of Sicily as well. Its primary sanctuary is localized Juxta Altissimum Montem Tauriomania Dictum, near high mountain near Taormina. A rather general definition in this mountainous part of the island, but as you will see, later recurrence in written sources will facilitate its identification. Some other Italo-Greek BOE provide further details, such as those relating to the monastery of Saint Auxentius, Hypotini Odiporia, to Ipsiluvonu, to Agionikonos. The monastery of Saint Auxentius related to an important road near the high mountain of San Nican. Linked, and this monastery is linked. The monastery of Saint Auxentius is linked to two other prominent monastic figures. Saint Stephen the Younger, a master of the classic period, was is recorded in the Constantinopolitan Synaxaria. But more interestingly, for the context of Arab-Byzantine frontier, is the bios of Elijah of Vespeliotis, which mentions the passage of this monk in this area with a fellow monk who would die from a Saracen raid during this passage. The Odiporia quoted in the latter sources, most probably the important military roadway in the high mountains called Dinna Mare, as the further topographical analysis will clarify. It was a military route of primary importance for this frontier, since it connected the three Byzantine castra that were essential for the defense of this area by controlling the maritime raids of the coast on the coast of the Straits of Messina. The three castra mentioned by the Arabic sources are Temenna, Rometta, and Mekush. This, as we already said, the latter is a kala with a controversial Arabic toponym, but thanks to a quotation in al-Idrisi's geographical work, it has been recognized in the Byzantine fortification system hinged on Mount Scuderi, which from its plateau at an altitude of over 1,250 meters guaranteed a visual control of the northern territorial coast, as well as the Sicilian and Calabrian harbors of the strait. A closer analysis of the manuscript tradition on this toponym shows that the transcription Mekush should be rejected. We will deepen the philological issue in the paper, but we can rather propose the version Nikonosh or Nikosh, which would make the fortress of Nikon the most correct interpretation for this Arabic toponym. This information is of primary importance for a more meaningful definition of the site, as well as the general comprehension of its monastic landscape. The analysis of the toponymy included in the diplomas of the early Norman period. Sorry, I switched some. Okay. Allows us to propose the identification of the whole system in the Castellium to Agionikonos and its probable territorial system, which included both the fortification at Monte Scuderi, the Castellium, and the positioning of sites further downstream to control the valley leading to the Dinna Mare road system, notably the Handakios and the Catuna and so on. The monastic institutions under the Mount of Saint Nikon would intrinsically correspond to the area of the Italo-Greek monasteries refounded by the Normans and endowed with fiefs that you see roughly delimited in this map. We can pass to the last case study that give us another a completely different problem. That is the case of the Kubab Santa Domenica. We have seen that in this case, even if the close relationship between the monasteries on the Mount of Saint Nikon and the related castron, as revealed in the documents, suggests a wider role of these monasteries as points of reference for the social and religious framework of the area. This perspective of analysis can also be usefully applied in the case of the Kubab Santa Domenica near Castiglione di Sicilia, a rather enigmatic case for which, unlike the monastery of Saint Nikon, we have no written references, and which should be investigated mainly from an archaeological point of view. It is a domed building with a centric plan, preceded by a narthex that has now disappeared, directly dated from the Proto-Byzantine period to the 12th century. But recent geophysical surveys and thermoluminescence analysis now point to a dating of the building or its restorations to the 9th-10th century. The sampling carried out above the entrance portal and on the archivolt of the side entrance allow us to concentrate the dates around the two main chronological ranges, 6th-10th century and the 9th-10th century. Contrary to the hypothesis of the authors of the sampling, who interpreted this data as two different construction phases, one of the Byzantine age and the other of the Middle Byzantine age, we believe that the presence of bricks of different dates within the same parts of the building may suggest a reuse of previous construction material within the context of an extremely coherent architectural structure, which also on a parametric level seems to fit coherently with the developments of Middle Byzantine architecture. Its architectural importance suggests that it was commissioned by the aristocratic elite mentioned above. Apparently isolated in the countryside, the factory is about 2 kilometers from the medieval center of Castiglione, certainly attested at least for the Norman period. Its spatial location near an important with an important port point on the Alcantara along the east-west road to Taormina and towards the interior of the island and near the north-south road from the Mediterranean coast controlled by the Middle Byzantine site of Rocca di Novara is quite interesting. These two cases just presented these two case studies exemplify the potential of the research and the need to rethink the approaches undertaken so far. The architectural study, completely detached from a landscape context, as in the past, has accentuated the anachronetic dimension of Italo-Greek monasticism, neglecting the relationship with the local and supraregional aristocratic networks and the pivotal role towards the local communities. Aspects that, as we have seen, emerge, on the other hand, from a more careful survey of documentary and hagiographic sources. In the context of the new hierarchy of settlement in Middle Byzantine Sicily, characterized by a castron, Middle Byzantine and Islamic Sicily, characterized by a castron, an urban center of reference with an administrative function, and a series of minor centers situated in the hills to protect the road and guarantee a dense network of interdisability, the monastery became a further point of reference, guaranteeing the religious framework and the economic exploitation of the territory. The context of the Arab-Byzantine frontier favored an eminent role within these disputed territories, which seemed to remain even after the Islamic colonization of the area. On the basis of this, the art contests linked to these late monastic institutions anchored between the two shores of the strait would have represented primary actors, main social agents, also in the formation of the new Norman Conseil d'État. Sorry for the delay, for the little delay.
I guess we can, I don't know if we can see Anna, if it's there. No.
I'm here.
Yeah, I know. Take it. I know. Que no quiero. Déjame. Okay, fine. Bueno, sí, la discusión.
Thank you for the presentation. I have two questions for Anna Leone. So the first one about the fortified churches. I don't understand very well if the fortified churches are attested in the written sources or there are structures that can be seen as fortified churches. There are material evidences for these fortified churches. And then the other question is you spoke about roofing technique for, I don't remember very well, that probably this church on Lamduda, that is post-Byzantine. Can you speak more about this roof technique? Thanks.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear entirely the question on the fortification. Can you summarize it?
For the fortification, yes, I would like if these fortified churches are attested only by sources, written sources, or there are structures that are visible to, yes, about this.
Okay, so you have to understand that most of the information that we have are very vague, because unfortunately, in the case of Tripolitania, the complete article looking at Christian churches in Tripolitania is dated 1943. And in Cyrenaica, the most complete work on Christian churches is published recently in 2018, I think, but is publishing a survey that was conducted in the 50s by Ward Perkins and Goodchild during the period of the British protectorate in Libya. So the data we have are very vague and we have not been able to do specific work. So in the case of the fortification, this is a common assumption that is mentioned. In particular for Lamduda, I think they say that there is a later intervention in which the either the walls are restructured and made stronger, or the structure is fortified, but there is no certainty on this. And on the corbelled false dome, I think they are probably very similar to the ones that they were shown in Sicily for the monasteries. So these very quite flat domes that are indicated as early Islamic in terms of architecture. But again, unfortunately, as Maria knows, working on the Ribat as well, lots of these chronologies are based on assumption. There is no specific archaeological work. The architecture of these corbelled domes is based on the similarities with other regions. And the case of Sicily can provide an example.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your paper. I have two questions. One was a statement. Why there are mostly testimonies of monasticism in later times? It is a reality that there are less villages and cities, or is it only an archaeological guess? Because in Palestine, I have the same statement that monastery seems to be longer used than other churches, but we'll see it after. And the second question, what are the evidence or the criteria for the datation in the 10th century? Because you said that most buildings were in use until the 7th, and maybe the 9th or 10th century. What are the archaeological criteria? I know you don't have so much data, but do you have some indications of this? Thank you.
Did you understand the questions, Anna?
Sorry, I didn't hear much, and I didn't understand it was for me, so I thought it was for Sicily. So can you summarize it? Even with the microphone, it's very difficult to hear.
There are two questions. Did you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, with the vehicle.
First is about monasticism. Why is it a reality that it is mostly was monasticism, but is larger than cities and villages, churches, or is it an archaeological yes? And the second question is, what are your archaeological criteria for the datation in the 10th century? Did you understand?
For the monastic sites. The 10th century for the monastic sites.
No, generally the 10th century. When you told that some buildings were used until the 10th century. What are the criteria?
I'm not sure I've entirely understood. So the first question about the evidence of monastic sites. North Africa is a major problem because we, even before the Arab period, we have mention of numerous monastic sites. We have Augustine that founded several monastic sites in North Africa, but archaeologically we have very few buildings which have been clearly identified as monasteries. So there is a substantial lack of understanding of the use and the presence in the territory of these archaeological remains. So that's the first problem. In the case, specific case, it has been suggested that it's because the Augustinian order didn't require a specific type of building. They were living in constructions that were similar to houses. In fact, the sources are telling that he gave his house to his monastic order. But there is the monastery in El Knissia on the island in front of near Junca, near Tina, that has been clearly identified as a monastic site named or that was founded by Fulgentius. But archaeologically is a big problem. In the case of the monastic sites in the early Islamic period, the suggestion is based uniquely on the fact that we have these graffiti inscriptions inside the churches, in particular Ras el-Hilal, that is referring to Dar, to the monastery. And these inscriptions are in fact dated to the 8th century and 9th century, so they are earlier than the 10th century. The chronology based on the 10th century and the presence of monastic sites comes from the Latin inscriptions from the cemeteries of Engila and Ain Zara in near Tripoli, where the inscriptions are clearly dated to the 10th century. So this suggests that there was a continuity and the presence of monks in the city, but we don't have evidence in the city of a monastic building. As I said, Tripoli is problematic because it's been massively destroyed. I hope this answered the question.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now? You think my voice is not very well? Can you hear me? Not a question, it's something that I want to ask about the It's not a question. It's about the fortification of the church in Cyrenaica. About the fortification, I think, in my opinion, that is a common place. It's something like, if I'm not wrong, and please write if I'm not wrong. The source is Synesius, the bishop in the 4th century, if I'm not wrong. So he wrote that there were the raids, the Berber raids, and all the basilics were fortified.
something like that. The problem, in my opinion, is that in Cyrenaica, I know so well Amluda, for example, the problem is that there are no excavations, medieval excavation. All the thing we have is only the excavation, but not the report of or by Michel, no more. That's the problem. And in Amluda, for example, there's a basilica, very, very big basilica, very, very interesting, like in Castle Macarnes, another one, and so on, and in Larnaca, no, I don't remember the name of the airport. But the problem again is that it's not the excavated. The only thing we have is the opinion of the classical archaeologists. There is no medieval archaeology in Cyrene, at least. I don't know in other places. So only that's my opinion, and it's a pity, absolutely a pity, because we can't go again there because of the situation. But really, it would be a very, very interesting place to know not only the Christianization of but also the Islamization of the place, because there are lots of basilics. It's like something like a lot. The density of basilics is amazing. No, excuse me, it's not a question, it's only an information. So.
No, I totally agree with you. It's a pity that, as I said, the work on the churches of Tripolitania and Cyrenaica is very much old, dates back to the 50s, and a lot of these constructions are dated on assumptions. And also there are identification, like for instance, there is the central church in Apollonia, for which Stucchi suggested it was then transformed into a mosque, but the interpretation of Stucchi has been heavily criticized. And of course, the excavations are not good enough for us to understand the effectively the sequence, the chronological sequence of the building. And you are absolutely right. The landscape of Tripolitania and Cyrenaica, as Mofta, that is present here, can confirm, from the 3rd and 4th century was a substantially fortified landscape. So everything was fortified, from farms to cities to churches. Everything was a fortified construction. So it was a heavily, very dangerous, so much that we know that, for instance, bishops couldn't attend in the 5th and 6th century the councils, the church councils in Carthage, because they couldn't travel across North Africa. And in fact, for this, we also don't know much about bishoprics in Tripolitania and Cyrenaica, which is another element that is substantially missing in our understanding of the organization of Christianity. And the last point that is certainly a problem in the study of Tripolitania and Cyrenaica for before and after the Arab conquest is the interior of the region, because all the work has been done on these big cities on the coast, and we know something. And these were obviously with big Byzantine constructions, but we know very little about Christianity in the interior. I mentioned the Jebel Nafusa, and I can mention, for instance, the very interesting church of Al-Qadra Breviglieri that was excavated in the 60s, that has a unique type of architecture and decoration. But we don't know much about it and about the Christianization of the interior. So these are all elements that are still missing, and it is a pity that we can't go there. But it's true that with Mofta and with Hafed and other Libyan colleagues, we have been collaborating, and there is the opportunity with them to develop some projects in collaboration. Even if we can't go physically there, they can help us to investigate the archaeology. Well, thank you.
I have another question for Anna. Can you hear me?
Yes, vaguely.
Is there any study about the language used among the Christians of Northern Africa? Because I was struck by the fact that there are Arabic graffiti from the 8th and 9th century, and then Latin inscriptions of the 10th. So maybe we would expect the contrary. Do you have any proof about that?
Okay, so I haven't considered the official epigraphic evidence. There are later epigraphic evidences, for instance, in Cyrenaica for the construction of mosques. and I'm thinking about Stabia, Barca, Stabia in particular. But for this early period, in terms of Kufic inscriptions, I don't think there is much official presence, mostly graffiti inside the church, inside these buildings, inside the churches. But later, yes, we do have epigraphic, official epigraphic evidence that are mostly referring to the construction of mosques and forts, palaces.
So I have a consideration, not consideration. I want to know if Lucia or Michelangelo can explain better or some addition to this idea that the various medieval churches, called Kube, that as you noticed, and I agree with you, that in the 9th and 10th century are connected to the presence of our context, of our context that are the main agent of the foundation of these monasteries in the countryside during the 9th and 10th century. I don't know if I well understood this point about the relationship between their context and the foundation of these monasteries. Can you have something about that can explain this relationship?
The only sure detection for this Cuba actually is for the Cuba of Santa Domenica for the thermoluminescence detection is possible. Think detection range strict between 9th and 10th century. The other Cuba, I don't know if it's possible to think interpretation so later. And the Cuba is the Cuba of Southern America is different for this plan. It's a building that effective, it's speak about aristocracy, but the other is more poor buildings. I don't know if Michelangelo can.
Considering the territorial issue and the relation with the art contest, I would suggest to analyze the landscapes, the general landscapes in which we found these monasteries. They are these churches and monasteries because it seems that they represented the principal mean of exploitations along the main roads linked to important castra, for instance. And the thing is that the destiny, the fate of these monasteries is the Islamic institutions seems to they want to demolish the main castra of their military purposes, but they actually try. We have several sources of concerning this castra, quoting that the emirs are trying to keep the population, the Christian population in this territory, because it seems like they can't actually move population from somewhere else. And so the treaties with Byzantium sometimes quotes the exchange, the return of inhabitants of these cities, and sometimes even the I don't know what to say. The Muslim power gives back these castra to Byzantium just to repopulate them in exchange of a sulh amal, of a treaty for a tributary fiscality, actually. And this is interesting because for Christian communities we have in Sicily the differentiation of two kinds of fiscalities concerning Christians. In fact, we have the Jawali, the jizya, we can say the jizya, quoted by Ibn Hawqal, that affected probably the Khila al-Musta'mana near Palermo and maybe other well-controlled sites. But then we have also the problem that the thing that Ibn Hawqal quotes also the al-Hadiyya al-Wajiba, the obligatory donation ala Ahl al-Qilawriya upon the population of Calabria. So there is this frontier it's actually difficult to pursue from a for the means of control of this singular castra, but the monks in this relationship with the two powers seems to have played a major role, because they can actually move, and they have the power, a socioeconomic power to maintain some important institutions and the territories related to the castra, and then to the administration of these specific territories. It's very complicated because we also have the historic evidences of fleeing populations. We have a community of Taormanitans, of the Taormina inhabitants in Calabria, as well as of Syracuse inhabitants in Calabria. So there is actually some movement of these populations, but it looks like that there is the diplomatic gestion also of the population of these different castra.
The question of probably is about the role of the architects in building this monastery.
May I just actually the monks are part of family, or are part of entirely part of the architects. They are they came from archontal families. Every Bioi quoted here, where the authors always say they came from a good family, a rich family, the Plusioi, the Archondes. The father was an archon of a certain castra. This is a very frequent thing. That's why I assume that they played a major role in founding monasteries.
The monastery in the aristocracy are a nation of elite aristocracy. An idea.
Thank you, Anna, again for your participation, and all people who are on Zoom as well. We come back in 30 minutes.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Do you stay there? Or?
Caffè.
Ci vediamo dopo. Ciao. And the Abbasids, with in first centuries. Grazie Matteo. But we cannot manage later, so it's me. Piero, ¿sabes cómo se... Piero, ¿me puedes ayudar? ¿Sabes cómo se... Sí, pero ella... Pero ella quiere ver...
Okay.
So, we'll begin. We'll begin. So, first of all, I thank to Maria Angelis and Simon for inviting me, and I will talk about Jordan today. So it is the end of our meeting, so something have already been told, but I will begin with a general introduction and about the state of research, but I will do it quickly. So until the 70s, Muslim conquest has been perceived as an end to the Byzantine Empire and the Christian presence. We already told that, and I don't think that anymore. From the 80s, as Pierre-Louis Gattier said on Wednesday, excavation revealed Christian presence until the 9th century. And from that years, the scientific research focused on the traces of the survival of Christian communities, trying to show the prosperity of these communities. But in the years 2000, research had changed, looking for the way of continuity and the way of building Islamic identity. It's quite different. It's not the prosperity, but the way this presence was attested. So, for example, a key point is the Congress that was held in 2007. The title was Continuity of the Occupation between the Byzantine and Abbasid period in the Near East from the 7th to the 9th century. In this Congress, I tried to look on the fate of churches in the present Jordan. I showed that, in fact, most of the churches were preserved on the eve of Islam. I will come after on this point. Indeed, there are very few traces of abandonment before the Battle of Yarmouk, that for Jordan is the turning point because it is the defeat of the Byzantine armies in 636. And at that time, about 90% of the churches were preserved. Later, in the
at the beginning of the Umayyad dynasty, there was still about 80%. And only in the beginning of the 8th century, about 50. So you see the slow process of decrease, but I will explain it after. So in this account, in this Congress, I took into account only what had happened to the churches in terms of abandonment, trying to describe the process. Today, I will try to do something else. It will not change very much, but I would try also to look to the fate of what happened to the churches was also abandoned. What happened to the churches? Because it is one thing to say, okay, there isn't any community or Christian use anymore, but what happened? So I would like to try to do that. So for the first time, I will consider also present Jordan. Okay, this the number I gave before. That is the part of the east of the Jordan, the most part of the province of Arabia, a small part of Palestine, Palestina Seconda, along the Jordan Valley, Palestina Prima, and the eastern part of the Palestina Tertia. Robert Schick spoke 2 days ago. So I will take into account the churches as they are in 636. And I will not take into account the modification that occurred before this date. And I will organize my talk in 2 parts because the chronological political frame doesn't seem to me very relevant today, because it's a political event that has no direct, immediate consequence on the material culture. So I will take more generally about the 7th century or long 7th century and the 8th century, because it seems to me that there is a difference in these 2 periods. So before I really begin, I would make a short point about the datation, because we have been very often speaking about the problem of the chronology and the criteria, archaeological criteria to date the buildings. So the tools that we are using today for archaeologists is for the churches of Jordan are some always the same, epigraphical datation, because there are so many dates on the pavement. But Pierre-Louis spoke of that. The problem are several. The problem of the different eras that are used in this region, and it is not always very easy to know what is the era that is used. The problem is also what the date exactly, the date. It was said not always the construction, mostly the mosaic pavement, date the mosaic pavement, or a part of the mosaic pavement, or the inscription itself. And it is, we have always to have that in mind. This inscription gave only short termini post or antequem, but not always a date for something precise in the building. Then there are the ceramics. The ceramics typologies are always better known with the recent excavation, but they are determined in respect to the epigraphical datation, above the pavement, under the pavement, and when they are under the pavement was damaged, but maybe the ceramics has been mélangé. I don't know in English, but so that's one problem. The typologies are also a problem because some types occur and are used very long, and some others occurred after. And we have always to think about the general typology in one stratigraphical unit, not only to take a shard and to say this is the date. And there are also regional differences between North and South and Syria, and the typologies are not the same. And maybe the types are similar, but they don't appear at the same time. So we should also have that in mind when we use typologies of ceramics to date the various phases of our buildings. One type that
marks really a change is the apparition of grey spotting that is for the medieval period is not known. I'm not a keramist, but the glazed pottery is not known before the 9th or 10th century. So when you have glazed pottery, it is for medieval period. And then there are also the problem of the vocabulary of the different researchers, because they use Umayyad, Abbasid, Byzantine, early Islamic, 7th century, 9th, 10th century, and it's very different to make a comparison between the different reports. So most of the dates are established according to the political events, but to say Umayyad ceramic doesn't mean that it's under the Umayyad dynasty. This is the problem. You should have that in mind. Also, what is used is the earthquake that have been very often evoked, but only one is very relevant. This is list of the 749, mostly in the Jordan Valley, and all others are very local, and it is always really difficult to know until where the consequence of this earthquake geographically extends. And also two other criteria are the iconoclast destruction, where I will show it after. At some moment, the pavement, mosaic pavement, were disfigured and damaged, and sometimes repaired. It is a real problem that has been very much discussed on what are the author and why. I will not take that into account, but only the date, because most of researchers agree that it occurs about 720, 730, about the quarter, about the 8th century. It is a point to know if it is repaired or not, to know if there are a Christian community. I will use only in this way. And then repairs and modification of the churches that have been until now very less focused by the researcher. So we have to pay attention to that. So all the remarks that I will do about the fate of churches have to take into account all these difficulties of datation. You know, I will try to give you a general image, but it should be maybe later better precise. So what is different about the communication that we heard before is my corpus is about 200 churches, not 10 or 6. So it's also difficult to have a synthesis, but to have really much data, quite heterogeneous, but it's easier to have a general reflection. So let's begin with the fate in the 7th century. The evidence of the presence of still wealthy Christian communities on the eve of the in the 8th century is yet well attested. Quite all the churches were preserved with no major modification and mostly used for liturgical function. And, the criteria to know the Christian presence are mostly two. The new mosaic pavement, Pierre-Louis spoke 2 years ago, that show that the inscription commemorates only restoration, embellishment, but no clear evidence of new construction, according to the inscription, of course. Huh? And the new dated pavement, I don't know if my map is very clear because it's small. All the green names are the new pavement, and all the black circle are all the sites where there are churches. New dated pavement are 9 before 700, and 12 if we go with until 720. It's quite few compared to the number of churches. We should have that in mind, because we always consider this inscription as it was something special, but in the general context, it's quite few. And mostly of the churches are embellishment of repair. Nevertheless, they show that there is a Christian activity well attested in this period. But I don't know if we can qualify that of prosperity. That's another problem. Then the other evidence, some example of the pavement with the date, you know, beginning of the 8th century, end of the 7th century. This is in Third Palestine. They are in Adata. Robert spoke about that. Church of St. Stephen in Umayyads. We already showed 2 days before. Hilda, this is in the region of Amman now, and Quesma also. So you see some pretty pavements. And the other modification are the liturgical repairs. So I should go quite quickly because I want to tell you some other things after. This is quite the inner life of the Christian life, liturgical life. Most of the churches are still used for liturgical purposes, and most of the modification in the 7th century concern liturgical installation, such as, for example, enlarging the church. You see here in Jerash Cathedral, the new chancel rail here, so in the lateral nave, here the pavement of mosaic was covered by a new stone pavement in Umayyads, in the church of Tabula Ansata, about this period. And something to show should be so you have also modification of the chancel screens from a low one about 1 meter high to higher one. We see posts with colonnades above, and the diffraction here in the chancel rails is very common in the 7th century. This is the same example here in Montenegro. We have really many examples of that. See here, it has been changed. For here, the basis of the columns. Also, the modification of the altar. At the beginning, you had a table made of wood, and after a table with 4 legs. You see here the places. And after, at the end of the 7th, beginning of the 8th century, you had a masonry altar with a place for the reliquary here. It's about different example in Umayyads because it is the last excavated churches. Nittel in the valley in the Nebo region, also Jabal Harun near Petra. There are only examples because I can't take the time. I will speak 2 hours to go too long. So what else? The apparition may be already at the end of the 6th century, but most probably in the 7th century of the pulpit here from the church or the platform. Here I have 2 examples, and there in Adata, the Church of Lot. It is already previsted in 699 when the pavement is renewed. The inscription says it. It's the same in St. Stephen in Umayyads. This pavement is 718 or 19. You see here, the place is already in the pavement. So some modification. For example, the seat for the clergy has been enlarged here in Jerash and St. George, or in Montenegro. After the last excavation of Davide Bianchi, there are some ceramics of that seems to indicate a reflection at the beginning of the Abbasid period, maybe. So it's, he has published his PhD in March, I think. You have also the division of the internal spaces of the churches. such as to build some chapels here. An apse was added to have some chapel with some altar here. We are in San Stefan in Marasas. So you see, I could have some more examples. It's only to see that there are so many transformations, but liturgical transformation and then that come from inside, from the Christian community. So the Christian life is continuing in the 7th century. But this should not occur. Also, the topic of the abandonment in the same period. So the criteria to know what are the churches that are abandoned in this century are the churches or chapels that don't have any iconoclastic damage. We can suppose that they were already abandoned or that the pavement was covered. So should be before the 4th or the 8th century, maybe, but it could be another explanation for us. Also, the churches that have been damaged but remained unrepaired, there are 8, you see. And also the churches with what archaeological reports called Umayyad reoccupation. But you see, there are always hypotheses because they are the problem of datation. And also churches with that in the abandonment levels have no early Islamic, so-called early Islamic ceramics or typologies of the 7th century. So you see, abandonment remains in fact rare. In the 7th century, this is about 1/4 of the churches, but it does exist. So we have to see simultaneously the continuity of the Christian life, but at the same time, the process of abandonment slowly began. So this is for the 7th century. It is not directly linked to the arrival of the Muslim people. So if I am reassessing what we said, we told for the 7th century, there is a continuity of liturgical use, rare abandonment, but they do exist. The absence of evidence of new ex nihilo new built churches, but maybe one is almost completely repaired. That can occur, but not new foundation evidence, and embellishment and repairs, various repairs of churches. So yet what are the faiths in the 8th century? This is the second part of my talk. There are some evidence that Christianity is continuing solely in the 7th century. This presence is attested by literary and epigraphic evidence. So I'm not a real historian of the text, so I didn't have a look to all the sources, but one that is very often citated is the Vita of St. Stephen the Sabbath. It is a monk that has been living in the Laura of St. Sabas in Palestine Valley, in the Jordan Valley, until the 794. And his Vita was written by one of his bishops at the beginning of the 9th century in 804, 807. Sorry. And this text shows that there is no change in the legislation, in the law. The thing that the monks do not have tax to pay. They attest the presence of pilgrims that are still coming to the holy site places, and there is some economic activity by Christian merchants. So there is also epigraphic evidence, as Pierre-Louis told 2 days ago. He came to the conclusion, I'm citing him, Greek remains the language of the elites along the 7th century, and it began to decrease at the end of the 7th century, but it remains the liturgical language until the end of the 8th century. The difference where it is spoken. And we have for this period, we have only after 750, we have only 5 pavements. 3 are sure. This is the Church of Madaba, the Church of the Virgin, dated to 767. The Church of San Stefan Umarosas, this is 756. And one more, and Ain al-Kanisa, I will show it after, 762. And 2 more, but one is only a repair in a room, in a monastic room near a church. So, and the 5th is a doubtful repair of a mosaic in 832. So the pavements are very colorful, spectacular. They are very similar to that of the Umayyad castle, so-called Umayyad castle. So you have a community of handicraft. I just show some images in this to show that, but I will not speak more about that. And what I mean, for the Christian prisons are the problem of the criteria to show that there's a present 5 new pavements and about 52 repaired churches that have been damaged for iconoclastic disfiguring the human representation. 7 remained unrepaired. That means about 50 churches that are still where Christian presence is still attested. That is 1/4 of the 200 of the corpus. So you see there are still many Christian presence, but it's very lower than at the beginning of the 7th century. The balance has changed from 3/4 to 1/4. So it's the beginning slower. So the repairs are different, but I don't have so many times, so I need to have to see some pretty images. They are repaired or with white tessera or the same tessera in another order, or with maybe with new motifs. See here vegetals or geometrical, and here you see the animals that don't have any legs anymore. So also you have a new fish, and so only examples that attest are still a Christian presence, but it's not the topic here. So we have about 50, 60 churches still in this period, in the middle of the 8th century. That is structures, communities, but maybe less numerous and less wealthy. The 3 other observations, but I will not detail to stay in the time, are that there is also a gradual reduction of the surface area of some of churches, mostly in urban center. This is the example of Cherash. So you see here the 3 churches in the 8th century remained only that of St. George and the Baptistery. And the so-called cathedral, there is a wall in the middle of the nave that has shortened the nave. This is an example that there are still Christian presence, repair, but maybe less numerous and less wealthy, maybe. There's other example that I will not detail here in Pella, in the Jordan Valley, also in Petra, Jabal Haroun. You see the excavation, the excavator has published a good publication that explain all the phases, the process of reduction. And after the 9th century, there is no more real presence. There is presence, but not liturgical, only a human presence. But we don't know if it's really the churches that are still used. So the churches, permanence, embellishment, repairs, but process of abandonment and process of disuse. And the fate after, they can be used as a stone quarry, but it's difficult to stake on the field. And reoccupation for secular purpose, I noticed about 55 occurrences that have to be studied more accurately. That is, for example, in the naves or in the lateral naves, some awkward walls to build some smaller rooms. Here there are examples in Umayyads. Also, for example, in Bediye here in northern Jordan and the region of Hafed. So here another example also in Umayyads to see that this can be also quite good constructions. Robert spoke already 2 days ago of the churches of Umayya that have been reused in the Umayyad, maybe Umayyad and Abbasid period for domestic purposes. And the problem is to know how to identify the real function. And when the new buildings are around the church, to know if the church is still used. If the doors are blocked, you may suppose yes. But if the doors are not blocked, you can have a process of building some awkward construction around the church without knowing if it is still used for Christian use. And the less problem I want only to ask the question is the transformation in a mosque. We already talked with Piero about that. I have some occurrences about 10 or 11, but only 6 or 5 that are real attested. And the problem in the fact is what the date for this mosque. And one of the examples here has been in Gadara in the 511 Basilica that has firstly reused for another use, domestic use, and maybe in the medieval period you have a church I looked for because it was difficult, maybe here the mihrab. And this is the east of the church, and this is the nave, and the mihrab should be here. But it should be in the Ayyubid or Mamluk period. It is doubtful for Khirbat al-Burs here to see also a clear mihrab in the former chapels built along the south wall of the church. And in Rehab, here you have a clear mosque, spectacular, about 3 apse basilica, but not good published, with only a small article written in Arabic, but I don't read Arabic, but I saw that in the caption of the picture, it was written that is the excavator think it is Mamluk. So what is the problem? If there are, conclusion, if there are reuse or transformation into a mosque, this occur maybe in the medieval period after a long time of disuse. And if you have also a domestic reoccupation, you have to ask if it is immediately or sometime after the disuse of the church, because it has not the same signification of it is only an old building, it is no more use, and we can reuse. If it immediately after, it has another signification, and you can see it only because the bases of the wall are direct on the pavement, or if there are some stratigraphical unit between the pavement and the base of the wall. And unfortunately, this later repair or reoccupation has very rarely been studied. We have very few documentation. So if I recess the main ideas that I would you to have in mind is that we have a different situation in the 7th and 8th century. There was a persistence of churches, embellishment, no new foundation, and the beginning of a low process of decrease of the number of churches that are used. And this number increases in the 8th century. It's more and more present, but it is mostly non-violent disuse, except for the an earthquake that has not been repaired after. Here in the Jordan Valley, embellishment, but also awkward repairs and reduction of the liturgical spaces of the churches has been recently studied by Makowski. And especially in the cities, maybe a process of some ruralization of the space. It's only question of reflection about giving to you, but I don't have any sure response. And maybe a longer longer Christian occupation was mystical complex. And I think the problem should be taken in a wide view, taking into account also the change of the land pattern settlements, of the use of the climatic changes, as told Pierre-Louis, of the work that has been done in arid area in Syria, earthquakes, the Islamic law, and all this data should be examined together to try to have some complete idea of the fate of the churches and the Christian communities that are still well far away in the time. Okay, I stop. No.
I will start thanking Maria Angeles Simona for the invitation. Thank you very much, because for me, as I don't know for you, but it's the first conference during and after the COVID era. So it's a pleasure for me to be here and share with you these 3 days in Rome with friends and colleagues. So thank you very much.
Is it working?
Yes, I think so. Okay. So I can start directly. In his research on the Christian communities of Palestine from Byzantine to Islamic rule, Robert Schick presents the complex questions of the continuity of use or of the continuity of the use of abandonment of churches in Palestine after the Islamic conquest, with the aim of understanding the fates of the Christian communities that built these structures and continued to use them in part at least until the beginning of the 9th century. The activities of occupation, reemployment, abandonment recorded on these buildings are indicators of the state of health of a community, and therefore it is essential to identify and analyze them in order to better understand their history. From the intersection of archaeological sources with the written ones, a scenario emerged that clearly shows like some churches underwent the important stage of repairs in the Islamic period, as also Michel showed now. At the same time, for another important group of church buildings, we do not have the same wealth of sources, for example, mosaics, inscriptions, and so on, which make it more difficult to understand the phase of reoccupation and or abandonment in the early Islamic era. In fact, if only few churches show evidences of a total abandonment after chasing their function as such, for most of them, the traces of a subsequent use are evident. However, they are very difficult to date. The possibility of better defining the chronological framework of reoccupation of these buildings becomes crucial in trying to outline their history and therefore that of the communities that built and used them over the time. Starting from this premise, this contribution has two main objectives. And so for me, these are the 3 points. So we can have archaeological sources, but these archaeological sources can be changed with material culture, written sources together. Then we can have only material culture, so archaeological sources or written sources. So, starting from this premise, this contribution has two main objectives. The first one is expressly historical, because as archaeologists, we do history throughout the material culture and seeks to reflect on the construction and use phases, taking two terms from the title of this conference, of some churches in northeastern Jordan, with the aim of placing these results in a wider regional context. We will reflect on the communities that built or used these churches, highlighting some technological markers, thanks to an analysis of buildings that goes beyond the architectural description to instead explore aspects related to the archaeology of production. The second objective, which is closely linked to the first one, will therefore focus on the methodology used in the analysis of buildings and on the idea that it's possible to go beyond the archaeological excavation and the classical architectural study to outline the history of a building. With this contribution, in fact, we want to demonstrate how the buildings archaeology methodology, that is the stratigraphy applied to standing structures, now applied to the study of historic buildings for over 40 years in Europe, could open up new avenues for research also in the Near East. In fact, if applied in a systematic way to homogeneous set of buildings, such as, for example, in this conference, churches, this research methodology could help to verify some construction phases of churches whose chronology seems well established by the literature, but which in reality still present many unresolved questions. This is the same process that Pierre-Louis Gatté 2 days ago exposed during this conference to our critical analysis of the written sources that we propose instead throughout the analysis of the material structures. In particular, we will present some tools belonging to buildings archaeology, such as the chronotypology of the masonry techniques and the study of mortars and plaster throughout the contribution of archaeometry. If the chronotypology is linked to the construction of relative chronologies, mortars and plaster, on the other hand, can become extremely useful construction materials for establishing absolute chronologies. The hypothesis that some churches in present-day Jordan had been occupied in the Islamic era was already advanced at the beginning of the last century. It's not something new, because the American scholar Butler started making description founding some Islamic faces. But indeed, in the description of some churches located in the villages of Al-Jimal, Surab, Samasaran, Butler recognizes the presence of phases from the Islamic era. But in the general discussion of these buildings, these references were very limited and have never been investigated deeply by Butler for two reasons. The first one was related to a social and cultural context that favored the analysis of Christian architecture. It's normal. The second one, because the identification of these phases was objectively rather complex. It is only with the research of Geoffrey King that we begin to reflect on a concrete, real occupation of the Islamic era. For example, for the church of San Sergius Bacchus at Surab and the church of San George at Samasaran. If the result of investigation carried out by King in these two villages came from analysis of the architecture and the collection of surface pottery, the church of Numerianus in Al-Jimal was instead investigated years later through an archaeological excavation by Robert Schick, which led to the light phase of occupation at the Umayyad period. So, if for the later church at Al-Jimal the archaeological excavation has provided precise chronological indicators, for the two churches at Surab and Samasaran, the dating of the occupation is still at the center of the debate. Starting from this long premise and this main issue, in this contribution, we will illustrate the result of ongoing research carried out on church buildings located in some village in northeastern Jordan that were already studied mainly by Butler and King. The aim is try to contribute to a clear reconstruction of the construction history between the 7th and the 9th century. The research focuses on a set of 9 churches, currently all located in a minor archaeological site with the exception of Umayyads, in the Mafraq Governorate. The analysis will start from the site of Massurab, as you can see, and then we'll move to the site of Samasaran and Al-Kutay. The site of Umayyads will instead be taken into consideration only to make some comparison. This is a limited corpus of buildings which believe can anyway constitute a significant sample for developing our reflection. They are all buildings built in basalt, which present 2 main problems for the analysis on a methodological level. As you can see here, some images. The first one concerns the use of basalt as almost the only building materials and its reuse in different historical moments, greatly complicating the identification and analysis of the change that have occurred on the structure. But we saw that it's possible to do stratigraphic analysis on the buildings. On the second one, on the other end, it is the difficulty of finding reliable data of stratigraphic sequences coming from archaeological excavation. In this second case, we are dealing with the strictly practical methods, as you can see in this picture. The interiors of some of these buildings can be filled with collapse of basalt blocks that exceed 2-3 meters, making the operation very complex, time-consuming, and expensive. Despite these collapses, many of the buildings we analyzed have wall portions that are still well preserved and readable, which for this reason were the object of our investigation more than make archaeological excavation. So a look to the Massurab. The site of Massurab covers a surface of about 17 hectares and comprises 4 churches, some like public buildings, and 26 housing blocks. The whole site was subject to a surface survey, and 2 archaeological excavations were carried out in 2018-2009 in the so-called area located in the southeastern area of the village. The latter activities have brought to light a stratigraphy sequence that spans at the moment, because we didn't finish yet the archaeological excavation, from the late Roman period to the late Umayyad, the early Abbasid period, and that point it's very important. Then there is a gap, and then there is the reoccupation of the area that occurred from the beginning of the 13th century to the 15th century. And finally, I would like to show and share this information with you, because something we spoke about the Abbasid pottery and something as a ghost. There we have now we are working, thanks to the help of our colleagues Raffaella Pappalardi in particular. I don't know if Robert Schick is in line, because I would like to discuss with him, because we have there in the stratigraphic units 1500 the pale ware depths could be dated between the end of 8th century and the beginning of the 9th century. This is an important chronological indicator that came from Massurab, and there are some references from the archaeological excavation in Jerash in the level of the Islamic levels, and Alam Wasmey worked on this. So now we are trying also to comparing this, but the work is we are working. So it's these first results, but we have chronological indicator, and we have to discuss. We have to share this information. Okay, so you can see also there are other contexts very well dated of 7, 8, and then the Ayyubi, the Mameluke period. So I'm sorry. yes, I'm sorry. From a cross study of landscape archaeology and buildings archaeology, an occupation of the site also in the Roman times emerged. The traces of which are now visible above all in the southern western part of the site, while in the Byzantine era, a more precise organization of the territory is clearly perceived, in which both religious and domestic buildings follow a southeast northwest axis orientation. And if you would like to speak about a Christian landscape, is that one, because we have also to try to have something clear, something of came from materials to try to speak about this, and we have the orientation of the church is perfect. The orientation of the houses are the same too, of the Byzantine houses. And in the Roman and the Byzantine period, the structure there that are from the Roman period disappeared. They are not used more. So there is also a contraction to the center of the Byzantine period. And then this is the development of the sites during the Middle Islamic and modern period for the sites of Massurab. So, and there is for the Islamic here, as you can see, a contraction towards the central and eastern portion of the site. So this is a synthesis that you can see there. The most well-preserved, in this context, the most well-preserved building of the site is the Church of St. Sergius Sepulchre. This is a three-nave building, and on the north side of it, there is a monastic complex composed of different rooms, probably the cells for the monks, that develop on 2 levels around a rectangular courtyard inside which there is a cistern. On the first floor of one of these rooms, traces of mosaic floor have been found too. So also the rooms of the monastery had mosaic floors. And the inscription on the lintel of the church main door, no longer in situ, dates its foundation to the 489th century. But various occupation phases are documented for the building. These are some pictures also, thanks to François Villeneuve for these pictures. And this is only to share with you some information how we have to try to use the ancient documentation because I try to compare a photogrammetric survey with the drawings made by Butler. And we have to be careful to use ancient documentation because Butler, for example, in his section changed completely the building because he hypothesized in a tower at the entrance, but there are no material evidence, and he cut completely the tower that probably is the minaret of the medieval mosque. So that it's very important to try to use, but we have to be very, very careful to the use of other materials. So now we come to our analysis. Part of the results achieved on this building, I already presented years ago in the journal Archeologia dell'Architettura, and here I propose a reinterpretation of that works thanks to the advancement of the research and the collection of new data. 2 main markers of probable Islamic occupation of these buildings were already reported by King. They are the high tower built on part of the room located north of the apse, and a wall that closed the apse. Currently, this wall, which had a door to enter the apse, is no longer in place because it was dismantled by the Department of Antiquities during a recent restoration of the building. Unfortunately, these 2 markers lack any chronological reference to be dated. In any case, King assumed from the pottery he found on the surface that there may have been an occupation of the building at Umayyad time, but that the minaret was more likely an Ayyubid Mameluke era construction. Today, we can confirm King's hypothesis of an occupation of the church at Umayyad time because during a cleaning test in the monastery room, in one of the monastery room, we found pottery in the floor dating back to the early Umayyad time. So at least part of the monastery was occupied at this time on the floor levels. As for the tower, we will talk about its dating shortly. So the building archaeology analysis that I carried out on the building demonstrate important technological changes in masonry techniques. From a technique of the Byzantine era, that's, this one, composed of squared and squared elements laid in place on regular cornices, we move on to a technique that is this one, you can see well, this one, on the technique of completely reuse of materials, which, however, requires the presence of good masons that have the knowledge and the ability to use and put in place these heterogeneous materials. This technique is used, for example, in the construction of the tower. However, in this case, this is a tool that we can produce as archaeologists because it's a chronotypology as for the pottery, for example. And but in this case, we have there are no precise chronological references to be able to pass from a relative to an absolute chronology. So the next step was made possible thanks to the analysis and dating of mortars and plaster samples. Mortar analysis on 7 samples facilitated identification and extraction of 3 charcoal fragments originally mixed intentionally or unintentionally into the mortars, whose radiocarbon dating has provided some of the first absolutely chronology for the whole site that are of fundamental importance in such context where chronological indicators are extremely difficult to find. So the first dated between 401 and 539 with a probability of 95%, and was taken from the first course about, I will show all of these. Okay, so this the first one is this one that was taken from the first course about the lintel of the main entrance door on the first floor of the monastery. This is a very important fact because it shows that the monastery, the project of the building of church and monastery was made more or less on the same time. The second date instead is from the second half of the 13th century and dated between 1221 and 1282 with a probability of 95%, and it's a fragment of charcoal embedded in the plaster that covers the walls and the arches of the cistern in the courtyard that provides a terminus antequem for their construction here. The third C14 datings obtained from a piece of charcoal found in the bedding mortar of the joints of a door in the courtyard of the church is dated more or less the same period, so between the end of the Ayyubid and the beginning of the Mameluke period, with a probability of 93%. So therefore, the study of these materials can improve our understanding of the production cycle of different building techniques and suggest the presence or absence of specific knowledge and skills, and consequently of specific craftsmen. Chemical and physical analysis of mortar and plasters have provided indicators for the production technology used in different periods. Results demonstrated that mortars were exclusively made of lime in Byzantine period, whereas in the Islamic period, mortars were based on mixture of lime and gypsum. To summarize the above data, we can say that the Church of Saint Sergius Sebacus, dated to the end of the 5th century, has undergone a renovation also in the Byzantine era, continuing to be used in the Umayyad era, probably in part, but in this regard, we have no clue if it still fulfilled its function as a Christian building or not. A major seismic event, because we have the traces, probably the earthquake of 749, completely destroyed the building. The lack of marble elements in the apsidal element, because we found only some traces, could suggest that these may have already been removed before the earthquake, thus indicating the loss of function as a church. But this hypothesis naturally remains to be proven. So A large chronological gap is present between dates and the 13th century. At the end of the 13th century, an important construction site is documented in the area of the monastery, and probably the high tower was built at the same time to serve as a minaret for the only mosque in the Islamic village. The church therefore becomes a recycling point for materials, for new buildings, and probably the occupant of the village at this historical moment had completely lost the memory of the ancient church, and therefore its symbolic and religious value. Practical issues, that it's normal in the human process, prevail over religious ones. So very fast, continuing the analysis of the churches in the village of Massurab, the work carried out only on a few weeks ago by our colleagues, and thank you very much to Pauline Pirofornet and Pierre-Marie Blanc on the Northern Church, showed that the church had no further occupation of 749 the earthquakes, confirming the results of the analysis of buildings archaeology already carried out on it. So the other two churches in the village, the West Church that you can see here, and the new church discovered in 2018, present significant collapses, almost certainly due to the same seismic event. Unfortunately, the state of conservation, as you can see, of the two buildings is very bad. In any case, the building archaeology analysis show, unlike the Northern Church, many phases of reoccupation and reconstruction, which could be attributed to both the medieval and modern periods. In particular, the West Church as a marker that we have already identified in the Church of St. Sergius Sebacus, that is the closure here, as you can see, of the apse. However, by studying the levels of occupation of the building, it is understood that the closure of the apse is linked to a very late phase, probably of domestic nature. This is the new church that I present for the first time here, that we found in 2018, and it was very, very difficult because it completely full, as you can see here, of stones. Here, this is the part of that. And then I would like to reflect with you, because probably this is a little monastery themselves, and there is a niche here that is something that I never saw, so I would like to speak with you about this. But and so in particular, the West Church so at this type of marker. So in the near the village of Samassarra, the church and the monastery of St. Sergius show the same markers, so the tower and the apse close by a wall. And the tower, as you can see, follow the same process as Massurab. The building is extremely important because in this case we have an inscription that date 624-25. So it means the moment of the presence of the Sasanian death. So, but is not the datation of the church, is only a part of the reconstruction of the monastery. That is very important because the stratigraphy helps us to understand that it's only a phase here. Here is here. So here we have several other phases. Okay. So here there is some stratigraphic reading with the first result for the masonry techniques, and this is a church completely unpublished and inherited in the same village. There is no in the Butler catalogs, King's neither. So it's also the first time that I will show this photo to you. It's an important church because we don't have documentation, and in this case I did some analysis, but I would like to continue, and there are no later phases. So this is the last church of Malkutain. As you can see, this is the apse, and the apse is cut here completely, is collapsed, and is used to make a new entrance here, and the lintel with the cross is reused this entrance. So it's something, yeah, you can see the different phases. So here we come back to Creswell. So here, as you can see, Creswell used the two examples, Sama Sarran, the towers of Sama Sarra and Massurab, to date to all the theory for the minaret. And you can see here, Massurab is the tower is dated here, building 489, and Sama 624. That now we know that it's not true. Okay, so the last thing that I will show a discussion with you about the world axis. Here we have the example, the picture of Numerianos. I try to do something, a rephotography to see the differences. This is now, it didn't change a lot. Here is the situation of the apse of the Sergius Bacchus. Now here there is, it's completely free, there is no more the wall. But the church here, we have the Church of Umayyads, the West Church. As you can see here, there is the wall. But and you can see there is a relative chronology that we can see that this wall is closed, and this is used as a marker to say that probably was closed for a mosque. It's not true. It's not true because we use pictures. We can use pictures. Butler came there in 1905. He used a camera, a huge camera, so with a good resolution. And I was to Princeton. I thank you, the Princeton University, for this. I scanned the picture at a resolution, and I used this picture to analyze the interior. See the interior? There is the vault here, and there is not the wall. The wall, so it's after 1905. So it's all of these type of structure collapse with thanks to a picture. So, conclusion, we have a chronological gap in the site of Masura between the early Abbasid and the Ayyubid Mamluk periods. Out of 9 churches studied, 2 probably become mosques in the Ayyubid Mamluk period. Most of the churches have phases of abandonment after 749 for the earthquakes. The village of Masura showed traces of occupation at least until the early Abbasid period. After the Islamic conquest, there is no material evidence to understand whether the communities that continue to inhabit the site are Christian Muslims, at least until the Ayyubid and Mamluk period. These results are made only thanks to the study of the structure without descriptions, without text, without mosaics, and it's possible to do. Only to conclude, the case we have here, because it's the only 2 cases that I know, it's the Umayyad Mosque at Mafraq al-Fudayl, because it's dated thanks to the stylistic, and here I think that Mattia can help us to the Umayyad period, also because there is the famous brasserie that's at the Amman Museum, so it's very important site. And the mosque that Michel showed us, I was inside, I make a survey there. It's impossible to date, probably Mamluk, I don't know. But we see very well the implantation, the mihrab, and so on. So there are the only 2 cases, but they are very different. In the case, for example, of Mafraq, the Byzantine churches has completely at the opposite part of the archaeological site, and the mosque is in the other part. And in Riyadh, no, in Riyadh, in this case, we have the occupation from the aerial images. We can see very better than this. But here, for example, there are examples of the church and so on. Thank you very much.
Okay, we continue with the last paper of today and of the conference. We welcome Daniel Reynolds, who will be talking his paper by Zoom. Hello, Daniel. You have to share your screen. Okay.
Can you see it?
No, 1 second. I think we have to close. It's enough. Now we can see it.
Perfect. And you can hear me?
Yeah, I don't know how to start. I don't know how to make it now bigger.
Don't know either. Oh, me.
We watch it. Show them. Don't worry.
Or is that the presenter view? You can see. Oh, you can see the presenter view.
No, no, it was fine as you did it.
I beg your pardon. Oh no, I've lost them.
Share your screen. Perfect. We can watch it with as well.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I would first like to start by thanking Simon and Maria Angeles for inviting me, and to apologize for being such a disastrous guest in terms of my ability to come. And I'm sorry not to be able to join you all. So what I want to talk about today is just moving the chronological parameters forward slightly to look particularly at the 9th and 10th century. In the time of our Metropolitan Anastasius and Procopius the Hegumenos, all of the work of Sergios was made, and this mosaic was made in the year 6293 of the Queen. So this inscription from the 6th century church of Sergios in Khirbat el-Shubayka commemorates a small phase of either late 8th or very early 9th century renovation. And it is actually fairly unremarkable, save for one thing. It is one of the last dated examples of a Christian epigraphic dedication in Greek in the region of early Islamic Palestine. Now, as a small dedication in a village church, it is reflective of a kind of established convention for Christian patronage and public display that had been common in the region, both in Palestine and Arabia, since around the late 5th century. And many of these were village churches which probably owed their existence to the efforts of rival families competing in the busy space of the 5th and 6th century Komi. Now, I began with Khirbat el-Shubayka because, as one of the latest dated examples of a Christian epigraphic dedication, it sits on something of a knife edge between established patterns of Christian patronage which had continued until the first decades of Abbasid rule, and the very, very different picture which emerges a century later between about 880 and 900. And from an ecclesiastical landscape that at its height had totaled hundreds of buildings in Palestine and Arabia at the turn of the 7th century, just around 40 can be identified by the years 900 and 950. Now, this break with established conventions of Christian patronage has further implications for both historians and archaeologists. For one thing, the disappearance of these kinds of enfranchised rural donors and their buildings marks a break in the visibility of the human and social, but also material networks that brought them into being. And as a result, the mid to late 9th century has become in many respects the latest precipice in terms of our assessments of Christian patronage and Christian life in later Abbasid Palestine. As a result, evaluations on Christian life beyond 800 have tended to coalesce, I think, on simple ideas of Christian impoverishment and regional decline, and often attributed to their status as part of a very loosely defined and almost ahistorical demand. Now, what I want to do in this paper is to offer some nuance to this and instead resituate our understanding of Christian communities in Palestine as part of a changing landscape of economic organization and Christian identity in the Abbasid world. And I will focus predominantly on the Melkite Church, which I would broadly consider as the Chalcedonian Patriarchate of Jerusalem, which reigned in communion with Constantinople. Not an unproblematic definition, but that's where I'm drawing the line for now. But there are basically two reasons for this. First, they are by far the most visible Christian population in Palestine in 9th and 10th century sources. And second, their role as custodians of the Church of the Anastasis and a number of prominent biblical memoria periodically place the Melkites at the center of exegetical but also imperial interests within the Christian West, and to a much lesser extent Byzantium too. So for Palestine, they're among the most visible Christian groups and sources originating from the Caliphate. And in the second half of the paper, I want to dedicate some time discussing this relationship between the Melkites and the West, which is also often integral to our perception of a regional decline. But first, let's turn back to this 10th century map. Now, I've been able to identify around 40 church buildings active in Palestine for the period of about 900 and 950, mostly through texts. And while that number might change, even revised ceramic chronologies and archaeological dating are very unlikely to significantly shift that number back to the level of 600 AD. So what caused this shift? Well, in his recent book, Philip Wood has argued that changes both to the system of taxation in the Abbasid period, combined with a centralizing of government interests around a more limited network of cities, instigated a number of changes to the structure of the Jacobite Church and its elite structures by the 9th century. Key among them was a shifting of focus away from land holding as the basis for elite status and towards positions within the chancellery. In turn, this refocused Christian interests around these newly emergent centres of Abbasid government in this broader region. Now, the source material for Palestinian Melkites is less rich than that of the Jacobites in this period, but I would argue that many of the transformative changes in the Christian landscapes of early Islamic Palestine after 800 are probably to be attributed to similar processes, as Christian interests directed themselves away from the settled village and towards a more marginal urban centres and towards these newly emergent centres of government. And certainly our sources allude to a growing anxiety among access to these new channels of power and the implications these changes had on the leadership of the Melkite Church. The life of Stephen of Marsabas, for example, takes a very negative view of the close proximity between the patriarchal candidate Theodorus, the usurper, and the Emir of Ramla, which was brokered by the agency of his brother, the Emir's physician. Now, this is a story about developments in the 740s, but probably more reflective of early 9th century anxieties when the text was written. A factional dispute between Stephen and his allies, members of a landed class of churchmen versus the new bureaucratic class represented by Theodorus and his brother. We have actually very few examples of other Melkite figures from Palestine whose biographies allow us to chart their reactions to these changes in a detailed way. But those that do survive point us towards a similar class of Christians whose wealth and social status was steadily drawn into the orbit of the chancellery. This is Seleh ibn Said. About him derives from a series of manuscripts that now survive at St. Catherine's Monastery in Sinai, where he may have served as a historian towards the end of his life. The margins of these works rather naughtily penned his autobiography in a number of manuscripts. Born to a Christian family in Jerusalem around 980, he moved to Cairo at the age of around 5, where his father gained a position as a mutasarrif in the service. Seleh himself appears to have taken up a similar post among the ranks of the Kitab when he attained adulthood. Seleh is unique in terms of the detail with which we can chart his life and movements. He's also a Fatimid rather than an Abbasid story, but I would argue that he surely had precursors. And when we look towards the collections preserved among the archives of Mount Sinai, we certainly meet scribes and Melkite clergy whose origins lay in many of these major urban and government centres, at Ramla, at Fusṭāṭ, at Homs, Baghdad. And perhaps no less important is where these activities were also directed. Mount Sinai, Marsabas, Jerusalem, a tight network of larger foundations which often provided the candidates for the patriarchal thrones of the Melkite Church and also its most senior urban bishops. Now, in terms of understanding the physical landscape of Melkite Palestine beyond 900, this centralizing trend creates major hurdles. Those churches and monasteries whose survival we can track up until 950 were almost all redeveloped following the establishment of the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem, or now lie beneath the urban sprawls of cities which have been occupied almost continuously since the 10th century. So what we are facing, therefore, is the complete destruction of Melkite material culture in what was likely to have been their most important ceremonial and political centers of the later Abbasid period. And those that have been available for more intensive excavation, like Kursi or Jebel Haroun, reflect those that effectively faltered before the 12th century, and thus inevitably project an impression of continuous Melkite contraction and decline after 800. Now, landholding and urban property may have played a more diminished role in the Abbasid period for Melkite elites, but it would be wrong to dismiss its importance in later centuries as a component of Melkite revenue, and at least at an institutional level. The recent edited corpus of letters between Davoud, the Metropolitan of Damascus, and the patriarchs Elias of Jerusalem and Michael of Alexandria detail the extensive urban holdings of the Damascus church, which included control of the city's largest bakery, as well as land and estates controlled by the monasteries of Mar Cyprian and Marmont. The letters describe how around about 880, the patriarch of Antioch, Siman, forcibly ejected Davoud from his seat in Damascus and assumed direct control of the church's properties, including the church-owned city bakery, which generated an annual revenue of about 230 dinar. Davoud's reaction was to write to Elias and Michael, the rival patriarch, in the hopes of arbitration and support in his claims against the patriarch Siman, and this they granted. The Jerusalem Patriarchate also held similar landed property in Palestine. Salah ibn Said, who we met earlier, describes the sale of church lands on the Mount of Olives to meet the costs of the Quraj. And an earlier letter sent by the Patriarch to the Carolingian also mentions and olive groves, but this time as part of a collateral levied by the Patriarch to cover the costs of church repairs. The loan, however, and Elias, fearing that he would default on those payments, was forced to ask for money from the emperor to cover the loan. Now, we don't actually know much about the context of this letter, but it has been influential in generating the idea of the Church of Jerusalem as a steadily more established institution by the later 9th century. And at the same time, it has also underpinned ideas of a Melkite dependence on Western imperial patronage for its survival. But this letter and accounts of Western patronage beyond 800 are very difficult to contextualize, and I think that they are sometimes at risk. Indeed, as the letters of Davoud of Damascus show, Melkite revenue streams remain considerable, at least into the later 9th century. And I suspect that part of the issue here is much more simple. The longevity and stability of Western monastic archives and our traditions of historiography on the Carolingians have ensured their availability and visibility of these sources in recent studies. In contrast, the loss of so many of the most prominent Palestinian centers has resulted in an almost total eradication of their archival culture. Only one archive now remains, and that's Sinai. And while valuable, the focus of those collections around the liturgical life of those monasteries is also partly responsible for generating an image of the Palestinian Melkites as effectively inward and insular facing and concerned only with theological affairs. So returning to the question of Western patronage and the related notion of Melkite decline, two sources in particular have proven particularly formative in this regard. And one is a text known as the Commemoratorium de Cassis Dei, a document listing the properties and church of the Jerusalem Patriarchate, which was produced by the Carolingian court of Arcum in 8. The second is the pilgrimage account, itinerarium, of the monk Bernard, who journeyed from Italy to Jerusalem in around about 867. Much of the current understanding of the physical topography of Christian life in Abbasid Palestine derives from these two texts, and up until comparatively recently, so did the archaeological phasing of many of its churches. Bernard's description of the roofless tomb of the Theotokos in Gethsemane has particularly excited ideas of a Melkite church in maintaining its most important properties. Now, a systematic analysis of both of these texts would probably require, or indeed does require, far longer than I can afford in this paper. But I would like to raise a couple of points. First, regarding the overall value of these texts, a discussion of the Melkite Church in Jerusalem beyond 800. And second, reflect on how the importance of Jerusalem as a tool of exegetical thought, but also as part of the construction of Western identity, invariably frames our understanding of Abbasid Palestine.
Daniel, sorry, can you hear me? Can you not move that much and stay closer to the computer? Because otherwise the voice, they are cut.
Oh, do you want to switch my camera off?
No. I want you to be quiet, to be without movement, because when you do so, the microphone goes.
Sorry, I'm on a swivel chair. Beg your pardon. Okay. So I think it's important to start with the latter. For the most, critical analysis of these texts has tended to focus on what they tell us about Jerusalem, rather than what they can inform us about the Carolingian context, which actually used. And they also overlook one crucial point. However important episodes of contact were to the Carolingian sense of identity and imperial authority, they were evidently peripheral to how the Melkites have conceptualized their own history. Neither Sayyid ibn Batrik or Yahya ibn Sa'id, two of our most important sources for the Abbasid and early Fatimid periods, make any mention of this. For the Carolingians, however, it formed part of the official memory of the Western imperial court, enshrined both in the Royal Frankish Annals and Einhardt's Life of Charlemagne. So Jerusalem matters to Francia, but did Francia matter to Jerusalem? And what does it actually tell us about Christian life in Abbasid Palestine? Now, in a previous article about Bernard, I argued that in terms of its description of Abbasid Jerusalem, the text only really makes sense when we examine it from the perspective of Latin exegesis and debates about the nature of it in the mid to late century when this text was written. And in particular, when we think about Bernard's reign of Louis II as the final ruler in its scheme of world kingdoms, beginning first with King Pharaoh, then Nebuchadnezzar, Ammonius, emperor of the Abbasid Saracens, as he describes them, and finally the Romans themselves, presented by Charlemagne and his successors. Accordingly, Bernard's description of Abbasid Jerusalem confirms the image of this biblical. Bernard's witness, for example, of 12 mansions in the Valley of Jehoshaphat echoes the return of the tribes of Israel, which will return in the days of the final kingdom, of the final reign. Likewise, his description of the roofless tomb of the Virgin Mary must be observed in the context of the importance placed on the literary topos of the roofless church as a sign of his ascension. For Bernard, familiar with the writings, the roofless church of Christ on the Mount of Olives functioned as a physical witness of Christ's bodily ascension. Now, by the 8th century, this idea of Christ's ascension was fairly uncontroversial, but it was, however, much more hotly debated in the context of the Virgin's death and the Virgin's own succession. And indeed, writers like Ambrose Alpertus and Paul the Deacon and Pascasius spill quite a bit of ink talking about the nature of her transitus. Accordingly, however, Bernard provides an eyewitness to the church, which not only confirms that ascension, but is miraculously protected from the rain. Now, I'll leave this point here for now. I'll happily answer questions about Bernard later. So let's turn to the historian. The text lists churches active at the turn of the 9th century and counts the clergy within them. And it now ends with a list, sadly now incomplete, of revenues for the Patriarchate of Jerusalem, totaling 700 solidi, 550 of which is apportioned to the Patriarch, and a mount again, which is seen as sort of a further indication of Melkite poverty. But the topography it offers is more a biblical one than a Melkite one, focused as it is on sites fundamental to a Western exegetical understanding of Palestine, understood through liturgy and the Bible. Missing are the networks of urban churches at Ramla, Caesarea, Ascalon, Beisan, which are known to have formed active parts of Melkite social and intellectual networks until the mid-10th century, if not later. Bishops for each of these cities are still attested by the 880s, when they participated in the property dispute between the Metropolitan Davoud of Damascus and the Patriarch Siman. Now, beyond their usefulness in identifying churches omitted from the commemoratorium, Davoud's letter collection also raises a further question. How were the revenues and expenditures of the church in Jerusalem calculated by the compilers of the commemoratorium at Aachen? The commemoratorium presents a revenue structure of the Jerusalem church according to the entire patriarchate, and one very much centralized around the court in Jerusalem. But the picture emerging from the correspondence of Davoud offers a very different perspective of how Melkite revenue structures actually worked. And the basis of the entire dispute between Davoud and the Patriarch Siman was actually caused by attempts by the Patriarch to interfere with the financial affairs of the church in Damascus and actually bring them under his control and under his expenditure. Davoud sought support from Michael, the Patriarch of Alexandria, and Elias, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, and their position was clear in their response. The revenues of the Church of Damascus belonged to the control of the Metropolitan of Damascus and did not have anything to do with the Patriarch. To support this position, both drew upon canon law and earlier property agreements which were brought forth. Again, an allusion to a whole culture of Melkite record keeping, which is now sadly lost. Urban bishops controlled the revenues in their own dioceses. So to return to the image of the commemoratorium, it is an image of a highly centralized revenue structure focused around the patriarchal court of Jerusalem, but it doesn't really match what we can say about Melkite revenue structures in the 9th century. Now, while there is more caution to undertake in this regard, I think an element of caution about the commemoratorium is wise. What it presents is a picture of Abbasid Christian life on the cultural and fiscal terms of the Carolingians, rather than the Melkites themselves. Now, I don't want to dwell any more on a topic that needs more rigorous discussion, but I think it offers a point of reflection and an opportunity to take stock of the debates which lie ahead. First, and most importantly, Latin sources need to be taken on Latin terms and not just for what they reveal about early Islamic Jerusalem. Now, that's not to deny that those contacts did not occur, and nor that they did not form part of the ways in which the Melkites of Palestine sought to negotiate their status as custodians of the tomb of Christ in an ever-changing Mediterranean.
Daniel, you have 5 minutes.
5 minutes, that's fine. I'm nearly done. A century later, for example, representatives from the Patriarch Euthemius were actively cultivating links with the abbots of Moissac, which culminated in the endowment of lands to the church in Jerusalem at La Salvetat de Montcorbier and also Villeneuve de Ayron, from which the Melkites expected to extract revenue. But questioning the value of those sources also forced us to face the difficulties of reconstructing a history of Christian communities in Palestine in the 10th century, because they're caught between two worlds. On the one hand, they are viewed through the prism of late antiquity, against which they are always appear as a poorer successor. On the other, the predominance and availability of Latin sources to modern historians means that their history is seen purely in terms of Western exegetical and imperial concern. And more problematically, they are often seen as part of a broader teleological narrative of Melkite impoverishment, in which the Crusades become an inevitability. But what I have attempted to briefly address in this paper is that, taken on their own terms, the changes visible among the Melkites of Palestine beyond 750 echoed developments elsewhere in the Abbasid world, among other Christian populations, but also other populations too. And what emerges is an impression of a population and community steadily more nucleated around a number of key urban centres, and a focusing of Melkite elite interests on the chancellery and around a tighter network of surviving churches and monasteries, which led to to both their intellectual and ceremonial life. And this certainly brought change. The Christian landscape of Palestine by the close of the Abbasid period was certainly less dense than it had been in 700. Christian life undoubtedly continued in many places, but the picture which emerges by 950 is more obscure, less monumentalized, and difficult to populate with individuals than it had been 300 years earlier. Where are, for example, the Melkite villages or Melkite women? For me then, most importantly, to finish, how then do we move towards an understanding of Christian life in Abbasid Palestine as a lived and social experience, and not just as an institution and collection of buildings? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I beg you to stay there now for the discussion. Piero and Michel. We start the discussion. Any questions?
Thank you. I just have one question for Piero. In the church in Syria or in Jordan, there is presence of clocher. The presence of the clocher on San Idris, is it that?
No. No.
Aussi, l'église du Étage, il y a dans
L'église
du Étage.
Oui.
Parce qu'en Syrie du Nord, il y a l'église du Étage. Parce que en Jordanie, il y a l'église avec 2 étages.
Ben alors, bien sûr, dans l'église des Saint-Joseph, c'est évident in certain the presentation, the reconstruction of the church, that there is a first level, of course. Yes, as in the monastery, we can see better because it's well preserved, so we can really go up to the first level, and there are very little pieces preserved on mosaic floor on the ruins of the probably monastery, and there are traces, and there are traces of the first. I can show there is my presentation here. It's we can see very well. Okay. We can go out. Giù, ancora un po' più giù. Ancora, vai. Ancora, vai. Lettura stratigrafia. So here you can see there is the interfaces here of the first level. This is it's a door here and here. Here you have to imagine a door here and a door here, and here the roof. So there were 2 nails on the ground level, and then other 2. Yes, and here it's clear. Yes, they are there.
Just one point on for architecture Islamic, we have some problems for the minaret, and we don't have all pillars of the existence of minaret or minarets tower, or in the church for the clocher also. And this is a big problem for next time chronology for using the minaret in mosque. And using the clocher in Greek church.
So we go to the problem I think I started from here, because there was this misunderstanding about because they wrote that in Syria there are these square towers that beginning from the 2nd to the 13th century, and he wrote, he listed all of the churches with the presence of the towers and dated without making stratigraphy. So it's normal that when you see the list that the tower is dated 489, but it's not true, because there we have stratigraphy there, and you say that with stratigraphy, you see that the reality, the material structure is churches. So we have to imagine a church without without towers. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just I think all values and Panthéon and
I don't know. I read a lot about this, but we have a lot of problems of plants. We have a lot. I would like to explore more these questions. Bosra, at Bosra we have minarets, but I think that's our dated to the UBIC period. Yes. So I don't know. Yes, probably. And the typological comparison that I did with the minaret from Samasaran and the Masurab came probably from Bosra, because Masurab is only 12 kilometers from Bosra. So probably really the workmen from Bosra came to build the minaret in Masurab and Samasaran.
The minaret issue is a big discussion, and as I understand, begins in the mosque in the 9th century, not before. I think it's very long. But I had a few reflections made on both Alan and Jero's paper presentation, but both very fascinating. And I was thinking to make also a link with what we have in Northern Mesopotamia and what we discussed with the Chalugatri in the first day. And I was thinking that maybe there is a process in southern Bilad in Palestine and moreover southern Palestine and Arabia, maybe some kind of desurbanization and Bedouinization, some kind of abandonment of occupation in the general terms, as for, or not necessarily a process of Christianization, Islamization, or Islamization, Arabization, but also a process of decrease of the demographic presence and change in the habits in this region, not for all. And for example, in Morocco, as we know, we have a lot of investments in canalization, irrigation, it's a totally different framework, and you have an increase economic development
Between the 7th and the 9th.
Yeah, between the 7th and 9th century, and also the growth of the trade. And I think we should not always see other the clerical issues, but also the lay people. And just because, just to finish my remark, I've seen that there is like a development between like the end of the Roman Empire and the 7th century, and then 8th century, like maximum, something like that, and the beginning of the decrease, if I understand right. And in many cases, you have in southern Bloodshed, 9th century, 10th century, that there is like nothing, and then there is a rebirth, a renaissance in the Ayyubid period. And this is also a trend that you can see in not only church issues, but in all the inhabitation of Jordan, because there is always cycles like that, cycles of urbanization, how do you say, I was in English, and phases of Bedouinization with more and more people doing pastoral activities.
Can I? Okay. Thank you for this reflection. So from based only on the material data, so in particular on the area where I'm also I don't know about the other areas. About this question of the Bedouinization and so on, I read about it, but I'm not agreeing in the sense that there are something a case that we have to fill with something because as you can see, I show the plans of the Masurab, and for example, I understood that in the Roman period, the sites of Masurab, because I didn't speak, for example, for other periods, in particular for the Roman one, was huge. So it was there was another site in another part that lived together the site of Masurab, and the site of Masurab during the Roman period was data from the Roman period to the Byzantine period, we say that in the Byzantine period there is a Hellenization. No, there is a change of the occupation of the landscape. Probably the population, there is a concentration of the population. There is an organization that is different. Probably the population is little than the Roman period, and there is another concentration and development of the movement of the population, for example, for the Mid-Islamic period to another part of the site. We see this throughout the building techniques, throughout now the archaeological excavation, and I don't know if we can see buildingization. I think that it's the human process. For example, I think that's an important part is made for Umassurab, for the use of the water, the stockage of the water, and then the exploration of the landscape, for example, during the Christian period of the lands of the soils. Yes, then if we want to speak about the archaeological excavation of area A that I showed you, effectively we found some traces of a squat occupation, but I think because it was after another earthquake in the medieval period, and for me it's something, a sign of resilience of the population that won't stay there because they reoccupied immediately after an earthquake. So we can say urbanization is.
It's not about the word resilience. It could be many kind of things. But as there is demographic trends and change in the agriculture, land occupation, and change in the urban occupation, you have big gaps and biggest gaps and small gaps.
I am completely agree with you because we saw that as big, because really then when we started in Umassurab, yes, we started working on the manual period. The agriculture was very rich. There's nothing to compare at the technological level for the production of the Umayyad or the Byzantine. Different. It's a local production. The Umayyad, the Byzantine came from Jerash in particular, but it's not that. It's also for the Umayyad, the Ayyubi, the Mamluk period. It's a rich period for Umassurab because probably there was not a huge community, but they had the possibility to build the minarets, to start to occupy some parts of the villages, to build arches with a pointed arch, to make plaster, for example, mortars. It's rich in a different way. And for the question of the walls, I would like to speak about trends more than sedentarization, buildingization, and so on. Okay.
May I add something? I agree with Piero. It is sorry. I agree with Piero. It's two more reflections that I forgot before. When I spoke about the mosque, we should also look at the early Islamic mosques that are known in Jordan, mostly linked to the small villages along the Via Nova Traiana, and also sometimes linked to the Umayyad castle. And we have to know the land pattern use. I didn't talk about that, but there are some castles in the Jordanian steppe and maybe also in the Jordan Valley, where that show a different use of the agricultural land. So maybe from the property of the land, how it was cultivated, of the Christian people continue to cultivate it, but pay something to the Muslim. We have to take all that into account. And the second thing is then when a church is abandoned and reused for domestic purposes, what does it mean? It means that there's no more Christian use of the building, but not as Christian as disappeared, nor that the human community in the village has disappeared. So it is different organization, and we don't have any proof, but we have to have that into mind before interpreting in terms of increase, decrease, beginization, realization, up and down. I think it's more a process of transformation, and we have to try to understand the different aspects of this transformation. I think so. It's difficult for me to speak in English.
No, it's clear. It was very clear. Okay. I will have no question.
The same topic. I remember that in Umayyads there are plenty of Byzantine churches, and some of them are clearly inside domestic and inside residence, private residence, if I remember well. Because of the separation, the walls are in such a way that it means that the churches are inside a notable residence. So if these churches will have some kind of chapels for larger family or patron, and we could imagine that that domestic reuse of churches inside the same family. Just they don't need anymore. They are not rich enough anymore to pay a priest to manage the liturgy and everything. So they decide just to convert this building for domestic use, and they do another church. It's completely speculative, but just to do the same way you do, domestic use is not Islamic use or a Christian meaning of.
So we don't have any evidence to know if they were used by Christian or Muslim. For churches built by family, I don't know very well, because in the inscription there is always the bishop that is mentioned. It is the caution of the bishop. So I don't know what is the status of the church, because it is not really private church. But I don't know how they are organized, because the problem of the number of churches have been much discussed without really a satisfactory explanation. But the fact is, in all the inscriptions, the bishop is always mentioned. So there is something that it's not only a private thing to pay some praise, and the fact that the church are inside some not domestic church, but some quarters, because in Umayyads you have the castrum, and after there is a quarter north of the castrum that developed in the Byzantine era, and in fact the streets are not straight as in the Roman period. It's some vicolo, and so maybe the church is linked to a quarter. It's possible, but I don't know if it does mean that it is really a family church. I don't know.
Can I reply to this question really from a stratigraphy point of view? Because this type of idea, it's not possible in the sense that we have to consider that if that family used in a moment of the history of the church, and also of that family, this church, then we think that at the moment there is an abandonment. So when we find the change, at least for the example that I show you, probably are the domestic use, there is a gap, there is an interruption at archaeological level that we can see very well thanks to layers and so on. And so we have to think that there are gaps. So there is a life of these houses and churches that at the moment stopped with a different reason. So probably there are earthquakes, so there are simply abandonment, and then only after centuries these churches again occupied. So from people that don't know about the existence of the churches. For me, the church of San Sergio Sebacus has been reused because it was full of square blocks that are very well squared, and you can reuse to rebuild. For example, all of the capitals and piers. The piers are columns are there, but the capitals, if you make a trekking on the site and entering the houses, systematically are inside the houses. So then during other periods, probably in the modern, in the Ottoman period, they reuse the capitals systematically to in the houses of the villages. So we are really to think to the different moment, historical layers. That it's important.
Yes, I have a question for Michel. Thank you for your presentation. All these possible categories for explaining charting the abandonment of churches. And you partly mentioned it during one of your answers, and I would like to you to follow up on this. That I mean the relations between the different, let's say, faiths, different typologies of abandonment of churches in relation to Islamic settlement. So if you can subdivide even more, or let's say cut down all these differences according to the position, let's say, of churches in relation to the Islamic settlements, or what we know of Islamic settlements in the area. So if there is any correlation between a specific choice, let's say, on one side and one sub-region of Jordan, according to the main, let's say, the location of the main settlements by early Muslims. That would be my question. And the second question is for Daniel, because your voice was not very clear here in the room, unfortunately. So I didn't get. I would like to ask you basically what is your. I mean, I know Michael McCormick interpretation of the commemoratorium, and I would like to know your. Because I mean, according to him, this text is showing a clear decline of the local Christian Jerusalem community, and I would like to know how you instead you contextualize this text according to other, let's say, local Christian sources. So perhaps it's a sort of repetition of what you already said, but you can clarify this.
And
who is that?
Yep, sorry. Professor Michel, would you like to respond first?
You can start if you want.
Oh, thank you. No, I think so. Having read Michael McCormick's thesis quite closely, I think one of the issues, there are a number of questions I think that need to be answered with that. One of which is, I think in terms of taking the numbers very literally, is exactly what the internal criteria of that text are in terms of what they think monks are, what they think nuns are. It is quite clear that there are many examples that of individuals, of monastic houses, of people that emerge in the Sinai corpus, in colophons, and part of scribal communities that evidently don't match what we see in the commemoratorium. There are other networks, and also more importantly, there are quite large urban churches still surviving into the early decades of the 11th century, which again are entirely unmentioned by the commemoratorium. And I suspect that's because, much like the accounts of Bede and the accounts of Bernard, this is an exegetical exploration by the Carolingian imperial family to determine what the contours of that Holy Land are as they understand it. But this is not necessarily how Orthodox communities in the same region would have conceptualized that very biblical focus is something that is very much a 9th century exegetical concern. It doesn't match what we would see in Arabic speaking communities. So I don't deny that very likely that the Melkite Church of Jerusalem in the 9th century was much poorer than it had been in the 6th century, but I think that's also a relative question, because Palestine, and the Jund Philistine is not one of the major power brokers of the Islamic world as a region anyway by the middle of the 9th century. That it has shifted, and the big upswing we see in manuscript patronage and activity in the 10th century, the later 10th century, I think is much more reflective of the recentering of interests again towards the Fatimid Caliphate in Cairo. And that plays into a point raised earlier. I don't necessarily think the Melkites are exceptional in this. I think that the trends that we see emerging amongst their patterns of church use and continuation reflect general shifts in terms of what the population is doing in that region and how they're subsequently organizing themselves after the 850s. And that is increasingly, I think, centered around the core territories of the Jund Philistine and away from places which had been in Byzantine Arabia. But I'll leave it there because I don't want to overspeak.
So, for your question, I didn't do the job yet to compare, but I think you should do all the new mosques, for example, in Amman, in Abila, in Jarash, to see what are the churches that are used in the same time, what are reduced, and to compare where are the castles, where are the mosques are built, and to try to have all the same on the map with the same chronology if possible, to reflect and to have maybe another image of the land pattern use. I think we should begin to bring together all these data, because we have our historiographical studies, Muslim Islamists that study mosques, the Christians that are looking for the origins or the persistence of Christian communities, the Romanists that are looking for the end of the cities, and that we have to try to put all these data together, because it seems that in the great cities there is still an occupation. The excavation in Jerash have shown that very in the center of artisanal activity, but some quarter are abandoned, other are occupied. It's something that is not one cause. And at the same time, you have all these villages, Samra, Rehab, Jamal, Umarasas, that show some prosperity in respect to some cities. So I think we have to reflect, taking into account all these data. It's quite difficult because there are so many, they are heterogeneous, and we are not specialists from every discipline. I think we should try to build some teams of mixed researchers, archaeologists from Islamic archaeologists and Byzantine archaeologists, and also archaeology of the architecture. But I think it could bring very, very much information. Also for destructive buildings, because also if you have only 1 meter walls, you can see different phases, and we lack of information about these different phases, because we have always been thinking it is Byzantine, it is Umayyad, but Byzantine you can have 5 phases, Umayyad you can have also 5 phases. We don't know, not 5 or 3 or 2, but several phases. And so I think we should try to bring together the data about the first Islamic testimoniances, material testimoniances, and the Christian testimoniances, without thinking only Christians are still here, but also there is a decrease, and to have all together. I don't know. I hope you understand. I hope I respond to your question.
Because that's exactly what I want.
Excuse me.
No, but you say much better than what I wanted to get. So thank you.
Okay.
We will finish the discussion over lunch.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be the bad one of the conference, but we have to leave again. We are late. Actually, my classmates will be doing lunch. I want to thank everyone who has been with us on Zoom, and also, of course, Robert Schick, Anna Leone, Daniel Reynolds, and Armen Kazarian. I think I have not forgotten anyone. And also Audrey DRIDI, who was not able to come with us. I thank you, all of you. I think from my point of view, obviously I am the organizer. What else can I say? That it was worthy. And I hope you can still thinking on these ideas we're discussing here. I thank you, everyone, and we see you in the near east, in the near future, in the near west, in the near wherever. Okay. Thank you very much. Bye. Bye.